Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle episode 534. We got a returning guest tonight, Miss Mary Jane's Meds Gardens. How you doing, my friend? You want to tell us how you doing and where they can find you in case they've forgotten?
I am doing really, really well, and I am Mary Jane's Med Garden. You can find me only on Instagram.
I feel like I've said that name a couple hundred times. Um, I think Uh, well, it is a pleasure to have you back this evening. Hopefully, you've been well this last year.
Yeah, it's always nice to be back with you. Yeah, doing pretty good. I actually moved to the UP,
Cow, what's it
so
like up there? I've never, I'm like that much embarrassed to admit this, but I've never been to the UP. My whole life,
what
I've never been to the UP. Yeah,
you guys can
I
come
know.
up.
Now, so how it's I know it's beautiful up there, but it's secluded. Are you like super secluded up there?
I am not super secluded. I chose a place where I was not as quite as secluded. I didn't want to be alone in the woods exactly. I just wanted to be up in the woods. So I decided to pick a place that's a little bit more in town, but I still have, some acreage to myself and a little bit of space.
That's awesome.
I have neighbors close enough that if I fell in the yard, someone would eventually hear me yelling, you know.
Well, that's kind of important, especially with this winter coming up.
Yeah,
Holy
being the
shit. I can't even fathom it right now, to be honest with you, what kind of winter you're in for up there.
Um, we're gonna get pounded tomorrow. I'm pretty sure like 6 to 8 inches, I think it said. But it snowed all day. Just like pretty nice fat flake though. It was like a pretty snow. I took a 4-hour walk in the woods today and it was just nice fat flakes coming down the whole time, beautiful sunshine behind the clouds, and it was just really nice walk in the woods. Didn't see any moose like I was hoping to, that but it was, still a worthwhile walk in the woods. No walk in the woods is a waste.
Again, and I hate to admit this, but the last 2 years up here, we've we've gotten mid-state or downstate kind of winters so far, where I've been able to see the ground until like mid-January, which is odd for up here. So, you guys, is the ground covered up there right now already?
It's
I mean,
been
covered,
covered.
covered.
It's been covered here at my house since Halloween. I haven't
Oh,
seen one since Halloween.
that's that's more normal. That's more normal for up here, where I'm at
Yeah.
anyway. But
I'm situated under the Keweenaw Peninsula, so I get everything that doesn't get pushed up and over the Keweenaw comes, and lands on my front lawn.
well, I guess you're a strong woman. You're a strong woman, I guess, because I don't know. That's a ways up there. I mean, it's so damn secluded. I talk about cabin fever up here. I can't imagine how bad it would get up there.
To be honest with you, I was so used to holing up and being just even forcing myself to get cabin fever when I lived downstate, and I was only an hour north of Detroit before. And when I lived down there, and I was so used to holing up and staying at home all the time that for me to come up here and be at home is not really a big deal. So I live very close to a lot of different beautiful places that I have access to, even just within walking distance of my house. So a lot of the photos that people will see on my feed, the nature photos, are places that are local to my house. That's why I will never share my locations.
Well, for a person that's in your type of line of work, taking beautiful, beautiful photos, I guess you're in the right place. If for great photos and just the overall nature, I guess it's awesome place to be.
Hmm.
Like again,
I can
I'm speaking
sit in my
from
kitchen and
what
watch the
I'm
deer.
told. Oh, man, so that is quite to me. That's quite a change. Uh,
Hmm.
Shit. When I moved up here, I was only coming from like Shiawassee area to where I'm at, and that's not nearly the span of the distance that you moved.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know.
But I've
Seemed
spent the
like
last
that'd be
two
a
winters. I've spent the last two winters up here, somewhat camping, even through the last two winters. So it's kind of like, to now I have a house, with a real roof and all that stuff, that it's like, it's like, oh, this winter will be easy.
yeah. So I guess so. Where has life picked up since the last time we seen you? Did you necessarily move directly up there after the last time we talked? Or?
Um, Actually, at that time, I was in the process of house shopping. I had been looking for a place, but I hadn't quite found one yet. And I used last winter to kind of look at some places, and then I locked down a place and actually closed on it this past summer. But
Is
with the way the housing market is in the state right now, it's not exactly easy to. They don't make it easy to purchase a house right now. So there's a lot of
uh
corporate competition.
please tell me the greenhouse is still somewhere at least live and kicking, at least the dream anyway.
Oh, actually, I have a greenhouse, like all the pieces. I have a greenhouse that I was able one of my greenhouses at home I was able to take apart and bring up here. So in the spring I will be putting that together. But I also, when I moved into this house, there was a whole bunch of junk in this house. This house was just packed full of stuff. Somebody else's stuff. And I think it was probably the stuff from the past two owners of this house, not just the people that lived here before me. This house was built in 1900, so it's been around for a while. And so there is a ton of windows in the basement, and there's whole enough windows in the basement that I can make a whole nother greenhouse. So I think I'm going to build like a greenhouse off the side of the house. So I have one off the side of the house that I can grow like foodstuffs in, like, just so I can have quick kitchen access to some lettuce and things like that. And I think it'd be really nice to have just quick food and herbs and stuff like that right near.
Right now. That's awesome. 1900s house, man. Well, so for some reason, that
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
a
makes
Henry
sense
Ford
for the
home.
up north. I don't know why, but for the UP, it just seems fitting for an older home up that way.
But up here, like in the area where I live, Henry Ford helped build a lot of homes to house employees up here. He was trying to encourage employees up this way. So, and this is considered a Henry Ford home.
Really?
Yeah, it was one
What?
of the he had builders build a bunch of homes, and all of the homes that are like this are all pretty similar. They all have like big old wood stoves in the kitchen, like cooking wood stoves and stuff like that. They're, and they're all real similar type of build as far as like the framework goes and stuff. But he built a bunch of homes up here basically to house employees so he could get employees to come up here and work, because he wanted them up here and to encourage his people up here as much as downstate. He wanted to make sure that Ford had stuff going everywhere.
Right on. I never realized that. When I think about Ford, I automatically assume, the operations in Detroit and of course the Flint area as well. Uh, I never realized that, they actually had operations that far north.
Yeah, because
That
a lot of the metal came from up here.
Nice. Thank you for teaching me something today. I love to learn, by the way. I love new
And this is a
facts.
really big mining community. So we had to get the metal going from someplace so you could build all those cars.
Pretty cool.
But
At
yeah,
the
because
older homes, sorry, go ahead.
one of my friends owns a Henry Ford home across the lake from me, and that house is almost a exact copy of this house. It's just like flipped opposite. So I think they built like all the same type of homes, just built the same house, a whole bunch of different, a whole bunch of different views of it or whatever, wherever it fit. And they just kind of built them on down the way.
Well, the house would interest me just as much as everything else up there, I guess, because I appreciate older structures. They don't put uh the energy into the newer houses that they do or they did back then. And the base, just the way they did everything, I usually takes me in. And I always well, that's when I really started my construction career, it was restoring houses from early 1900s, late 1800s. So uh, ever since then, when I see older homes and stuff like that, I'm always drawn to just everything about them, how well they're holding up, everything, just everything about them. There's so much character to it.
I really like it. It is an old, as an older home, and it was definitely the character of the house is kind of what sold me on it. There's a lot of things I just liked about the house that you can't get in a new house. When I
So,
moved
all
in,
right, I keep
I
cutting
found
you off. All right,
a bunch of
we got
pictures of a couple that owned the house before me, all hugging in front of the house, looking all cute. It was really adorable. So
I forgot to go over this before we started.
you bet.
Excuse me. Uh, if I cut in, blow right by me, please,
You're
please.
fine.
You're the guest.
You're fine.
You've got the right of way here. You've got the right of way here. If I do it too much, tell me shut up. I'm talking. So I asked you before. Oh, but what are you smoking on? I think you kind of told me rough a little bit, but you didn't tell me exactly.
It's Gorilla Glue from at the outdoor that I did with a friend of mine this summer. I would have done a greenhouse or something, but I was actually moving during flower, like right in the beginning of flower. So I really didn't want to try to grow and move large plants 7 hours. I didn't sound like fun to me. So yeah, so I kept a garden up here with a friend and we just did it outdoor.
And again, on the move part of the thing, I don't envy you at all on that move because, man, I've got some stuff, but man, my trip was only 2.5 hours. You know how hard it is to go, hey, you want to give me a hand to move? It's only 7 hours one way.
Pretty much moved everything that I've moved up here. I pretty much did myself. I rented a U-Haul at one point and kind of hauled all the big stuff up. So all my furniture made it and stuff like that. But I pretty much did it all myself because I really just I hate asking people to drive 7 hours and then drive 7 hours back. It's a lot.
Small favor. Small
Yeah,
favor.
yeah. But that's why it was easier to keep a garden in the UP and just kind of come up here in the beginning of the summer on like key dates as far as when it's transplanting day, things like that. On key dates, and then I was just kind of getting my plants watered by somebody else when they were watering their plants. But it was kind of a trade-off because I taught them how I make my fertilizer and stuff like that, and they learned how I water my plants, and they got the education as much as I did. So I kind of got a crash course in UP growing.
Right. Yeah, Miranda Family Farms in chat was wanting to know, when you're growing, do you grow in pots or you grow in the ground
Pots, usually
outside?
big fiber pots. In the
So
greenhouse,
you kind of, yeah.
I
Where
tend to do like 40-gallon, 50-gallon pots. But if I do outside, I try to get bigger pots. Usually
well, you
use like
kind of already touched on my next question a little bit there, and that's how big of a different environment or growing style is it going to be for you up there versus growing downstate?
To be honest with you, once I get my greenhouse up, it won't be very different because that levels the playing field a lot. Even downstate, it leveled the playing field a lot and changed up a lot of the growing style between like in the greenhouse and outside. Like inside the greenhouse, my greenhouse is always 2 weeks behind everybody else going on with their outdoor in Michigan. At least 2 weeks behind. Because it was just that much warmer in the greenhouse. It seemed that much more subtropical there for a little bit longer. So it would take that much longer to flower. I would always go into flower a little bit later. People would say it's always the time of the day, but it's the temperature too. People will tell you, oh, it's the hours of light, hours of light, hours of light only, but it's the temperature too. Because my greenhouse used to go into flower later than everything else outdoor in Michigan. That was just
Obviously, you a better source of inputs up there, I would think, huh?
To be honest with you, is I have to find a bunch of inputs over again. Now that I'm up here, I have to search out new places to get, for me to collect, but I am pretty sure I can get everything I need at about the same, mass that I was pulling it up. Because I used to go, haul seaweed out of my pond and stuff like that when I lived downstate, and now I have to find some new places to do that, but it's possible. Until then, I have dried stuff from my collecting.
But I guess is it more of a better quality being so far up away from the hubbub, the city air?
It's
Do you think it'd
possible.
be a better quality of an input?
It's possible. I'll know within the next two grows. I'll know a lot more as far as if I prefer the quality of my inputs up here to down there, because I'm about out of all the inputs that I had from downstate, so I'm pretty close to not having to use those. And I have some stuff that I collected up here this past summer that that I haven't even started using yet. It's just still jarred because I kind of jar it and cure it all like I do weed. So it all kind of gets jarred and cured, and then I use it however I need to after that. And I haven't even cracked into a lot of those jars yet. Just a couple of my different inputs I've cracked into the jars, but
So, are you gonna start like a regenerative style like grow up there?
I don't really do the regenerative style. I tend to I tend to run it more like a greenhouse because I like to stick with what I know. And as far as, I was basically, my teeth in growing were cut on Michigan greenhouse, like commercial greenhouse. I started growing in Michigan, just doing like plants, vegetables, stuff like that. And I've been doing that for 20 years. And before I started growing cannabis, and then I started growing cannabis when it became legal for medical in Michigan. And after that, I've just continued to try to improve my cannabis growing every year and get better and better and better at it every year, and improve what I did the year before. But I tended to lean more towards running it the same way as I ran the greenhouses that I worked in, as far as the way I fertilize, the way I water. I tend to water in with, I use just like a base soil, and I water in just teas. I have a lot of different teas that I make, and I have charts that I've spent years and years and years making. And if anybody ever wants, I'm happy to share these charts. I'm not against sharing these charts, as far as it goes. But if anybody wants me to share them, don't be afraid to hit me up in my DM or something and be like, hey. And basically it's just, it is basically where I figured out what all these things that I'm collecting are worth, as far as nutrient wise to the plants. I figured out, what everything is, got going on in it, and figured out the amounts. And then so I can easily just go, okay, I need something with high nitrogen, I need something with this, I need something with this, and I need something with this in it, silicon, whatever it is that I was looking for that day. And I can go through my chart and go, okay, I got this, this, or this, and I got jars of this and this, so, and you can kind of figure out what fertilizers you can make from there. And I kind of test and tune my weed the whole time it's growing. I'll trim parts off and smoke it, smell it, taste it, see what else I think my weed needs the whole time it's growing. People are like, oh, I don't ever touch it till after it's flushed. And if I don't touch it till after it's flushed, then I don't know what my plant needed the whole time. So I'm a field grower. I'm not a technical grower. I don't go a lot by numbers. I don't go a lot by days. I don't go a lot, I don't go a lot by any, I don't even test my parts per million. I don't even, I don't even own a test stick.
I like it.
So it's like, and people will be like, how do you make teas and not own a test stick? I don't own a test stick, and I never have. It's just, I grow by feel. I figure out what my plants need. You can read your leaves and know what your plants need by looking at them. I know what my plants need by looking at the leaves. They're starting to look purple. Ooh, we need this and this. There's little things you can do. There's little sheens on the glimmers on the plant, on the skin of the leaf, that you can see that, oh, okay, we need more.
So well, obviously you said you were wandering or took a little walk in the woods today. Are you already taking notes where things are for future
Where things are growing.
sourcing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's part of the purposes of any of the walks that I go on. That besides, and I also take pictures, but all the walks I go on are just kind of, hey, what do I got around here within walking distance? And all I have to do is carry a bucket over here and maybe a rake and look like a fool on the side of the road next to the swamp for a while or something, so it's all right. Everybody needs a little algae.
So what will be some of the first stuff you plan around the lot this year as far as like stuff for the toolbox?
I collect a lot of seaweed. I collect a lot of things like, a lot of different types of flowers, like dandelion flowers, things like that, a lot of the flowers are, to make teas and stuff out of the flowers. They're worth a lot. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And even like like as far as dandelions go, I'll kind of utilize the whole plant, but it's not just the flowers. But I'll dry the flowers separately from the rest of the plant, and I grind everything up and use it accordingly. There's lots of stuff I use. Anything I can pull up. Most weeds, are worth something. I use a lot of alfalfa that I used to source from a farmer at home, and I've kind of found a farmer up here that I can get it from. That's, in my opinion, the quality was as good. So I, as far as the way it smelled and, grinds up and everything, to me, I liked the quality up here. Nice. So I think I'm going to keep visiting that farmer for what I need, and just little things like when I come across bones, things like that, because I use the biochar and stuff like that. There's everybody, anything that I can come across that I can use to add nutrients to my teas, because most of my teas, they're not a really long-lived tea. Some of them are, if I can't boil it or break it down somehow, they're shoot. Sorry, I'm dumping stuff here. Spilling stuff all over my couch. But when I'm making teas, if I don't boil it, or I can't like crush it and break it down, then it's just something that's going to sit there and ferment overnight. And I don't really like to go much longer than that when I'm making a tea. I'll overnight a tea and that's about it. But a lot of my teas are just a couple hours, bubble for a while, or let it boil, let it cool, boom, pours on. That's it.
So have you ever thought about taking your skills to like some of the cannabis grows, or is it just too disheartening? Some of the bigger operations.
Well, I'm not against that. Like because I've done some consulting, but it's more consulting as to where people are building a greenhouse and they're asking me how to finish it, because I already know what that greenhouse needs to be compatible for cannabis. There's little things like you don't want grass growing around all the, the fans coming into the greenhouse, things like that, that people that have never grown greenhouse don't even think about that. They were like, oh yeah, I guess we shouldn't be mowing the lawn outside the entrance fan to the greenhouse. Okay. But that's not always something that's, because then every bug in the lawn is in your grow.
That makes sense. That makes good sense. So is the lot that you bought, is it suited for the dream greenhouse?
Yeah, I have space for a greenhouse here. I have space for a greenhouse here. I have a little dome, so it'll stay warm. And I'm hoping to eventually get electricity to it so I can grow I'd like to grow year round with supplemental lighting.
If I
At least
remember correctly,
loud.
at one point, weren't you talking about like sinking it partly, like half into the ground?
Yep, I can either go, I was thinking about it, but I think this way I might even put it on stilts and have it raised so it's a little bit, so I can seal it and have it be warm insulated. Then I can insulate the hole underneath. I think the one that I want to build with the windows, I want to do it like a lean style too, off the side of my house, and that one will be a sunk cap in the ground because there's a little ledge to dig into out here, and that one will be kind of more. What are those greenhouses that are half in the ground? I don't know how to say the word, Wallapalinis, or it's something like that. I can't think of what the word is. It's similar to that though. And a Wallapini or something like that, where it's sunk half into the ground and then just the roof of the greenhouse is out.
So are there other greenhouse style growers up there, or are you going to be teaching some class up there to some of the neighbors?
There's actually quite a few growers up here. I know there's quite a few growers that are really good growers up here. People that have been doing it for a long time, and they're really proud of what they do, and they do a really good job. At least everybody's that I've smoked, that's my opinion. I feel like they work really hard at what they do. They're really proud of what they do, and they do a good job. They try hard.
Have you come across any, what kind of strains have you come across since you've been up there? Anything that stand out?
To be honest with you, there isn't anything that's really like wowed me, but I was actually given a whole bunch of seeds that I still haven't even, I've been lining them up to pop, and I'm trying to get it all together because I just have a tiny little indoor upstairs going, so I can start some seeds and get that going. And I got a few clones up there and stuff like that that we just had from the outdoor, but got some nice little babies up there. It's nice to actually have a room that I can have mothers now. I'm thrilled. Absolutely thrilled to be able to keep genetics.
It is a nice thing for sure. So do you have an indoor space going now?
Yes. Yeah, this house was actually, I think the previous owner grew weed in this house before, because there was some lots of lights left in the basement when I moved in that were just old crappy trash lights, and a bunch of like hydro tubs and hydroton balls and all kinds of stuff all over the basement. So I'm pretty sure they had a little hydro system going here. And one of the bedrooms upstairs has all vinyl linoleum floor. There's no carpet in that bedroom. So I'm pretty sure that they were growing in that bedroom up there too. So I conveniently turned that bedroom into my grow room because it was nice, easy to clean. I went through and just steamed the whole place and moved my plants right in, and they seem to be happy ever since. So
Right on. Right on. Well, I hope everybody up there in the sticks is growing some weed, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're going to be lost in the woods, you should have some fire somewhere keeping you warm. Yeah.
Keep your sanity with all the tailgating drivers. And because I moved up here and I was like, man, I can't believe it. I think I get tailgated on worse here than I did in Detroit.
So what do you got? What's in Maryjanesmedgardens at the moment?
I have Gorilla Glue, of course, because some of the clones were taken out of the outdoor garden. There is also blueberry muffins. There is what else did we have in there? What else did I bring back from that one? What else do we have? Oh, I have another one called raspberry pound cake. And I think it's like a London pound cake. mixed with something else that makes it taste raspberry-ish. I'm not quite 100% on the lineage of that one. I didn't get the seeds. I just kind of snagged a clone and was like, all right, let's try it. See how it goes. And I have some regular just DJ Shorts blueberry, like the regular, as old school as it gets. It's not I don't think it's the original strain. I think it's the second one that he made, because he lost it and then made it again. But even he says it's not the same, and I don't think it's the same as, because I grew up before. And I don't think this is the same as that. It's still nice though. It's blueberry. Blueberry goes off early in Michigan. It's really easy to get out up here before it gets too cold, because those blueberry strains tend to go off early. And I also have some ninja fruit, which is also another early. Which
I've grown out the ninja fruit. Good
I've
stuff.
grown the ninja fruit in my greenhouse before.
So what kind of lights and stuff do you have? Man, I can't believe I'm asking you that. I never thought I'd ask you what kind of lights you got hanging.
To be honest with you, I just have 3 little LEDs up there. Just, the one of them's just a little Mars Hydro one that was actually in the house when I moved in. I didn't even and I had a couple of just decent little LEDs that I had gotten online that I was using to keep my plants alive before I was putting them into my greenhouse the previous years, because sometimes I would get my clones a little bit early and just kind of keep them in the bathtub until I threw them into my greenhouse. And I would use a couple little LED lights, hung over the shower, over the shower rail, just to keep them all going until I threw them out there. And so I had those 2 hanging up there, and they had left that veg light in the house, and it seems to work nice, and seems to actually veggies some the little guys really nice. So I can't complain. I just got to be careful not to turn it up too high.
I think the Mars Hydro is definitely a dead giveaway. Somebody's growing weed in their house.
Yeah. Even though it was in a room with a whole bunch of dead house plants. I walked in there and I was like, okay. And it was just dead house, but the whole house had dead house plants in it. There was dead house plants everywhere. And this particular house has 2 residences on the property. I also have a single wide trailer out front that I can Airbnb out to snowmobilers. Everybody wants to come up and stay, by the way. That I can Airbnb out to people. But there was plants in there that were alive, and nobody had touched them for like a month and a half. I didn't even know they were there for like a month and a half, 2 months after I moved in here. And then, but all the house plants that I moved into the house where all the people had lived were all just dead when I moved in here. So I don't know if they were just like really foul people. It didn't look like they grew anything that they grew in this house ever did really well. So, because even the grinder I found in the basement when I was cleaning was like, ew. So I don't think they did a good job.
I'm curious to know, or your take anyway. Why did I think that? Why did I think that? As soon as like you said it too, but as soon as like you like, yeah, the plant where the people lived, all the plants died. And I thought, must have been shitty people. And you kind of said right along the same lines there. What makes me think that?
The neighbor has a nickname for him, called him dipshit. So I don't really know. I don't know them. I know nothing about the people that moved in. So I can't make any judgments like that. That's not my, not my word, not my judgment. But if you're killing plants, you got to be at least a little bit foul inside.
Yeah, especially if you're growing cannabis. I mean, I got to be honest with you. before I grew cannabis, I didn't really give two shits about like house plants, whatever. But now that I've been growing, I guess maybe that's why I automatically assume shitty people. You know what I mean? Because how could you like grow
Cannabis
cannabis
especially takes in
and
your energy.
walk right by the other plants and like not give a shit? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Not go, oh, that plant needs to be watered, or not find some type of love
yeah.
for that other plant.
But like cannabis especially like takes in your energy. Other house plants do too. Because I used to work for a company called Plantera. And this was many, 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 many years ago. And they send people out to the mall and things like that to what you care for the plants there, or into like office buildings where you go in, you water all the plants in the whole office, and then you walk out the door. And there was many offices that I would get sent into where you would have all these plants and the whole office, there'd be all these beautiful plants, there's all this great light in the whole entire office, and there'd be this one guy's office that he had great light, everything was beautiful about his office, for this plant, but the guy was an absolute asshole. And the plant would just, no matter what plant I stuck in that place, it would die. I would just keep replacing it because he was just a foul bastard. And no matter what, it just like soaked in his energy, and they would just soak in that person's energy and die no matter what I did. And it could be optimum, beautiful conditions. I would put in another plant thinking, okay, let's try this kind of plant because maybe that one just didn't like that spot. No, I'd change the plan up, whatever. It would just, nope, that guy's just a foul asshole. Or I would get to a point where I would finally go in there one day and the person would be in their office when I watered the plant, and you'd hear them on the phone talking to somebody in just the most horrible way. And you'd go, oh, okay, that's why. And I wouldn't even try to keep the plant, like, struggle with the plant as much anymore because I understood why the plant was dying. It wasn't me killing the plant, it was him. And cannabis
Right.
definitely does the same thing. I went through trauma in my life, and my garden was, for the 2 years that I was going through the trauma, my garden really struggled hard. And when I'm not going through trauma, my garden is really easy for me to care for. And I find that it doesn't struggle and it just flourishes and has no problems when I'm giving it good energy and I have good energy. But when I was going through trauma, it was impossible to keep my garden like looking nice. And I wasn't doing anything different. I wasn't feeding my plants anything any different. I wasn't watering them different. The weather wasn't different.
I have to agree with you on that point 100%. And I bet so. It would be kind of funny though, just as you said, to go into some of them places and just to see how spot on your gut was. Like with the one gentleman, I did. You had to have went in there, just kind of even because some people you just could see it, just walk by and went, I knew it, I
Yep.
knew it.
Yep. There was a couple of times where I was like, yes, that's it. Yep, okay. I walked out of the office going, yeah, it's not me. It's that guy.
Growing has definitely kind of softened me up a little bit in that kind of aspect, a little bit for sure. And I'll tell you a little story, and hopefully you think it's funny. But so much so, I swear it could have been the mushrooms. I don't think I had any that day. I don't think so. But so daughter around the house and taken on or some interest in growing, not necessarily cannabis, but succulents and other things like that. And she had this, it's like I want to say almost like a pumpkin, but not pumpkin. It's just one of little. little vase or vase with a face on it, and
Yeah.
it was almost like a chia pet basically. Came with a little bit of herbs that grew out the hair, you know what I mean,
Okay.
and just kept it trimmed, and so it got up, got the hair, the grass got a little tall on it, and we had a little conversation that maybe it was time to clip it back, or give it a little haircut, something that needed a little bit of attention.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what happened between A and B, but I come into the kitchen one day, and like the front, there's like a third of the grass was like pulled out in the front. And not it wasn't chopped, it was, I don't know what she did, but it was gone. And as I walked by, I swear to you that like little face, the plant was like, help, help. And it was almost like for some reason, like it pictured like Wilson, because the face and the hair, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Like Wilson with like a third of his head gone, going, help me, help me. I was like, I shit you not. I looked down, I was like in horror, like I actually did see like something with a third of the top of the skull gone. I'm like, I got out the scissors and I'm like, I'll help you. I started like trimming it and I like moving things around. But I had actually like seriously like felt this pain. I couldn't like even walk away. I was
Mhm.
completely horrified. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I couldn't, and I actually, I was so like taken back by it. I actually like had to like make fun of myself a little bit. I caught myself in the moment. I'm like, no way, you have come a long way. Look at you. Look at you. But yeah, yeah, I thought that was kind of funny because
Oh,
it
that's
did. I was honestly surprised how big of an impact it had sitting on me as I walked by. I was horrified.
you can hear them like, calling out to you if you're on the right vibe with with if you're somebody that vibes with plants, you can hear them. People say, oh yeah, trees can't talk or whatever. No, they don't talk, but if you're somebody that vibes with plants, you know what they need when you look at them, you know what they want, you know what they, you get it.
It's like to the point too. Even in like stores, I find myself like in the Walmart, whatever, passing by, looking at some these plants. They almost make me want to go get somebody at times. These things need to be
Yeah.
all watered or something.
Yeah, they're like
Do
little pound puppies.
I?
I'll
Yeah,
save
I
you
kind of
before I kill you at Wire.
does like Walmart actually like the plants they get. Do they get them on kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Consignment. Do they get them
Yeah,
on consignment?
yeah. Some of the big box stores like that do. I know a Home Depot definitely does. To where they actually have people outside the Home Depot company, like people from the greenhouse that they're buying them from, actually come and take care of the plants, not the people at Home Depot. The outside company, whatever company it is that, they usually will get them from a more local place. And then that company will send somebody to the store to take care of the plants. And I think Walmart does the same thing.
I have to think so because this last year, at least up by me, was a horrible year for like plants and stuff like that. I don't know. I assumed it was like staffing, but from like a business standpoint, I was thinking
Well,
Walmart can't
greenhouse
have
was
it that good to where
almost
they're
didn't
buying
open
shit and
because
just
of
throwing
COVID.
it.
Yeah. Greenhouses almost didn't open because of COVID in
Good.
Michigan.
That was
In Michigan, anyways, because Whitmer had to give them the okay to do it, and they waited. They had to wait until it was almost too late to plant for everybody to open. It was like right knocking on the door. So it was really hard for like regular business greenhouses to get out a really raging crop this past year. That a lot of them didn't do a lot of the more long-term seeds that they normally do. Some of the ones that take a longer amount of days, they might not have planted a lot of the stuff that they normally plant because of that. Because I want to say it was into February before they got the okay that they were allowed to open and have business, and people could just come in and wear masks or whatever it was that whatever it was that they were waiting for them to okay and mandate, or because they had all those COVID rules right when the greenhouse situation started going on. So, and it's usually in January and February is when most of the greenhouses start planting.
Yeah, if anything, COVID has taught us it should be that we should be a little bit more self-sustaining as far as like food products and stuff,
Yeah.
growing our own.
Well, I've noticed a lot of seed companies are really selling out this year because people have come to that realization, I think, especially the good sustainable seeds that are, nice heirloom stuff.
Yeah, that was one thing when they actually like kind of cut off the gardening supplies. That was like a huge red flag to me. I'm like, oh, what? Wait a minute. Now we can't even grow our own shit. Red flag, red
Yeah.
flag. I need to grow some. When they tell you can't grow something, why is it like I need to grow vegetables?
Yeah. Come on. Why should growing vegetables be illegal? I mean, come on. Everybody likes canned tomatoes, right? I think the dogs are jealous that they're not on. Gotta wrestle behind me.
I got the one at my feet. Like
Yeah.
I don't
So
know
you
what's
hear
up his
snorting
butt.
and snarling. It's my two dogs wrestling for the Snorty Ladies of Wrestling belt.
Are they short? Like pug leg dogs that they snort?
One of them is an Old English Bulldog, and the other one is a Shepherd Pit Bull.
Uh, who gets the better of who over
To be honest with you, they're pretty evenly matched in different ways. They're both about the same body weight. Just one is long and skinny, and the other one's short and stocky. But if you hear snorting and stuff, that's all. It's just a dog war going on behind me.
I would hope you had minimum of a couple of dogs way up there. Gotta have some kind of company up there.
Yeah.
Dogs are good companions.
Yeah, the Shepherd Pit Bull is big and scary. She makes people think twice about coming up here. So she's got her scary dog bark points.
I don't. Again, I've swayed a little bit on that opinion too. I used to like big dogs too, but then at some point I've gotten a couple of small dogs, and I've kind of leaned now more towards the small dog than I did big dog for some reason.
So yeah,
Them
I
small dogs will
fostered.
let you know when shit coming way farther away than that big dog will.
Stop playing with the kitten. No kittens. Playing too rough with the kitten. I think the problem is the kitten plays too rough with them, and then they have to retaliate, and that doesn't work well.
At least they tolerate the cat.
Yeah, she's no fear. 3 pounds and no fear.
So what strains are you gonna put out into what this year? Have you put any thought into that?
To be honest with you, yeah,
Too
I have.
far ahead.
I've been trying to go through my seeds and get a lineup because there's a bunch of stuff I want to get going. I have some vanilla Luna seeds that I've wanted to pop forever. So I'm definitely gonna put those up because I grew that strain one year and my greenhouse got taken and I was never able to smoke it. So ever since then I've wanted to try that strain just because I never got to smoke it. So I'm gonna pop those seeds this year and get those going. And I have some black cherry punch seeds, which I have grown in my greenhouse before and I just really, really loved. And a friend gave me some seeds, so I'm gonna get those going. And I have a couple garlic butter clones. And then I was also going to pop, hey, don't do that. I was also going to pop, I have a bunch of space age genetics from one of my friends. He had a seed company for a short time, and while he had the seed company, he had given me all of his seeds, and I always liked all of his mixes. They always did really well. I never had stuff hermaphroditing out on me or anything in the greenhouse. It always seemed to like the greenhouse pretty well and got pretty frosty. So I figured I would pop some of those just to play with them, see how it goes, because I have the room. I got the time. And I got one of them's called fruit salad. Another one is called Loud Passenger. And what's the other one I was gonna, there it is, Summer Fruits.
That one sounds delicious for some reason. Summer fruits just sounds like super sweet.
It's loose grapes and pug's breath.
It sounds delicious.
So I figured I would try those. They're because they're supposed to be really fruity and I like fruity stuff. So I figured I'd give those a try, and especially fruity stuff that's kind of grapey. So I think those will be fun to try.
Are you gonna get some just straight out in the outdoors this year until you can get the greenhouse up and running?
The blueberry muffins and the blueberry strain that I have, the DJ short one, those will go out right out into the outdoor. Because those the blueberry stuff finishes so early in Michigan that it doesn't ever have a problem with the cold. I don't have to deal with it. It's just like when it gets naturally cold, it's time to harvest that. It just happens to be ready right at that time. So, because it's kind of a short season, both of them are kind of shorty. Early to be ready, short season stuff. So I liked it. Oh, and the other clone I had upstairs that I couldn't remember earlier is Blue Cindy.
Blue Cindy.
Yep, Blue Cindy.
Sounds. What's in that?
It's a blueberry and a Cindy 99.
True to her name.
Yeah, they kind of stuck to it. Whoever made it stuck to it that way.
So I was kind of leading on this earlier, but is there anything you'll do to the property as far as like companion and banker plants, or to help kind of keep away stuff out from the property as far as pests and stuff like that, or is that kind of more just indoor, uh, in the greenhouse kind of stuff?
I do it more in the greenhouse, but even in the property, like when I grow outside, I'll do stuff like while I'm in, because usually I'll put it in like a dog cage or something like that, just something that I can lock and make it easily legal in Michigan. You know how they are with the rules here. So if I can throw it in a dog kennel or something like that and be able to lock the door on it and make everybody happy, then I do. And if I have it in something like that, then I can kind of will spray some of my bug sprays and stuff on just on the ground around the plants. I'll spray the pots a lot. Even through flower, I spray the bottom of the pots, like around the rim and stuff, just to make sure, I'm not actually spraying my plant, but I'm just trying to spray the pot to make sure that nothing is living on the pot. I still do bug preventative on the floor a little bit. In the outdoor situation. I like those organic oil sprays.
What are some of the sprays that you use for IPM?
Usually like I like rosemary a lot because it kills a lot of different bugs. Rosemary oil, like a rosemary oil based spray. And even if you look in like a lot of the organic sprays and stuff, that rosemary oil is contained within it. But usually I'll just make one in on my own. But usually at the beginning of the season, I'll go out and buy a lavender oil, a rosemary oil, a clove oil, cinnamon, lavender, mint, eucalyptus, and usually either like a citrus one or an orange and a lemon. And I'll use those to make different oil mixes throughout the season, different oil sprays, and I'll kind of change it up depending on what kind of bugs I'm having a problem with. Grasshoppers really hate eucalyptus and clove. They really have a real hate for it. So if I can spray like around the outside of my greenhouse, around the outside of the, the base on the inside and the outside of the greenhouse, it goes a long way. And even spraying on the walls and stuff goes a long way to keeping those things out of your space if you are growing in a greenhouse in Michigan. I used to spray my screens because I had screens on all the openings, so bugs couldn't get in because I slept in there all the time. And so everything was screened in there, and I used to spray all the screens, and it would help keep all those little things from crawling through that, that normally would still crawl through the screen anyways. And it kept a lot of that down. And then I'll go through and spray the floor of the greenhouse, spray the pots, and even more so than I ever spray the plants. It's more keeping them from getting on the plants in the first place rather than trying to spray the bugs off your plants. If you keep them from getting there ever to begin with, then you never have to touch your plants with that stuff.
You'd probably be a good person to ask about this, but as far as like essential oils type use, how does it affect, like, say, insects? I know like peppermint, say spiders don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Do they actually have to come into contact with it? Can they smell it? You know what I mean?
To be honest with you, I've never had spiders hightailing it out of my greenhouse. Even with me spraying stuff in the greenhouse, it's more like I said, the grasshoppers, the leaf eater type stuff seems to hate a lot of that stuff a lot more. And I don't know if it's like the like the peppermint in it, the mintiness. I don't know if it like, I'm assuming like the eucalyptus burns the grasshopper's skin and that's why they don't like it, or burns on their exoskeleton, or maybe it gets through their exoskeleton more so than other things do, or gets into those pores that they have. But they really seem to hate anything I make that has eucalyptus oil in it. Because I'll make a lemon eucalyptus lavender mix, and that gets rid of the grasshoppers every time. I don't know why. I haven't quite figured out why they hate it, but it definitely gets rid of them. And grasshoppers were always a common problem in my greenhouse before. I don't think I'll have that problem here, but I
Yes,
think
because at some point I've kind of kicked around the idea of using like a diffuser for IPM. You
hmm
know what I mean?
yeah.
Essential oil diffuser with like peppermint or whatever,
hmm
lavender, whatever I find works well for me. So would that be a decent idea, or does it like it have to be, somewhere where they're going to come in contact with? That's why I was
Um,
wondering if they could smell it or if they had to be near it.
no, you're better off having them come in contact with it, because a lot of it is they don't like that oil, or that oil on their skin, or on their, whatever it is, their exoskeleton, I should say. That oil on them gets like, it stops them from being able to move well. So I think, and I know some of it just totally disables them. Like tea tree oil really does a number on a lot of different bugs. So does rosemary oil. Both of them really kill a lot of bugs, especially spider mites. Rosemary oil hates, or spider mites hate rosemary oil. So because I'll use rosemary oil mixed with a little bit of soap to clean my pots. So I make sure none of there's no eggs, because it cuts through a lot of eggs. I don't know if it cuts through the shell maybe. Um, but it seems to make sure that there's no eggs in my pots, because I use all those big terracotta pots over and over and over again. They grow such nice roots.
They do. They do. It's just so damn costly
Yeah.
to get set up in. That's for sure.
Yeah. But that's why I try so hard to take good care of my pots, and I wash them with things like that stuff, because it seems to do a really good job, and then it prevents, because a lot of my pots, are outside sitting, like the last couple of years, I had them outside sitting out in an outdoor grow. So they were getting hit, during the season then. And so I know there was bug eggs and things like that underneath the lips of the pots. And that's just going to happen. They're outside. Leave the kitten alone.
Gorski in chat would like to know, how do you make a rosemary oil spray? What are the measurements?
Usually I will use, I'm trying to think of what size my sprayer is. I think my sprayer is a 2-gallon sprayer. And usually small amounts, especially if you buy really good rosemary oil. Usually I'll buy the organic stuff. And to be honest with you, I find I have better luck buying the cheap organic stuff than I do buying the really expensive organic stuff to make these oil sprays. For some reason, the really expensive stuff is so concentrated that it tends to burn your plants. So, but if you buy the cheap stuff like the Now brand, but make sure you get the organic one, because I guess the non-organic one leaves, somebody said it leaves residues, and I have to say I think I agree. I think the 1 year that I used the non-organic ones, I think my weed tasted different than it did after I started using the organic ones. So I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, and that stayed with my cannabis that year. So I definitely recommend getting the organic make sure it says organic on the label. You want to make sure, pay attention and make sure it's the true organic, not just the half-ass organic, that it's the name on the label, because some of the companies will do that. But
So definitely not the mainstay Walmart oils.
right.
Um,
But yeah, I try to make sure, get some nice organic oils, and I just put few drops in my sprayer. You don't want to have any more than 7 to 10 tops. You know, I'll try to keep it more on the 7 side. And if I mix a couple different kinds of oil, I'll just put a couple of drops of each kind of oil. 2 drops of this, 3 drops of that, 2 drops of this. I tend to like to mix oils together, but if you're just using one kind of oil, I would use 5 to 7 drops. Couple drops of an organic dish soap, and then fill your sprayer up the rest of the way with water. You don't need a whole lot. Doesn't take a whole lot to maintain and kill what you need. So for the most part, like I said, I use the oil sprays. I tend to use them more on the floors, on the pots, on the wall. During veg, I'll use it on the surface of the soil, on the stalk of the plant. I don't tend to spray my leaves as much, and I always use these oil spray as the sun is going down. You don't want to spray your plants and then have the lights glaring on them all day. Guaranteed to
I've
burn.
seen on some of these products
Guaranteed to
lately.
burn your plants that day.
I knew some of them were like sensitive, but a lot of them I've read lately are like, do not use over certain temperatures. Like if it's over 80, don't use it. What does temperature matter as far as some of these sprays go?
To be honest with you, I've never had a hard time with temperature, but I think in the greenhouse, temperature becomes irrelevant as long as you have wicked good airflow. Because in the greenhouse, during the hot part of the summer, there was days where my plants, it was regularly 110 degrees all day long. And I would be pulling the whole, I would go through and like pull my whole north wall off the whole greenhouse. I'd be pulling panels off, so I was getting better airflow. I was doing everything I could to cool that house off. And there's nothing I did cool the house off. But I always had a really large amount of fans going in that greenhouse, and I had really good airflow going through there all the time. And I think that was the only thing that kept my plants up and praying like that, was the fact that the air was going and it didn't have time to be hot and stale around my plants. So the temperature kind of becomes irrelevant in there as long as you have that airflow, especially around the roots. Stop. You guys stop.
What are their names?
And Snorty Jane and Bernadette. They're trying to hand me
Snorty.
toys now.
That's funny. Let's
Yeah.
play.
Yep.
Throw it. Throw those toys. Throw
Yeah.
those toys.
Yep.
Or are they tug of war dogs? They don't like to fetch. Do they like tug
They're
of war
more
dogs?
like let's wrestle and body slam each other type of dogs. Vault off the furniture and land on each other type of dogs. That's why I made the comment about snorty ladies of wrestling, because I wasn't joking.
So, in the greenhouse there, because of the temperatures, do you tend to defoliate a little bit more than you would, say, in a direct
To be
sun type
honest with you, I
environment?
defoliated less.
Less.
I defoliated less when I had the greenhouse, and I think at the peak of optimum like running capabilities, I had like 14, 15 plants in there. And it was a 24 by 30 greenhouse, but keeping only 14, 15 plants in there ensured that the light was hitting every single part of every plant. So I was able to keep all the leaves on them, like all through veg, and even a good amount of them. I even defoliated less during flower than I do, say, if I'm doing like an indoor. I defoliate a lot more. But
For
in
some
that
reason, that
greenhouse,
surprises me.
yeah, in that greenhouse, they were like more solar panels. They're like, oh, let's just give more, more options for making bigger butts.
And I hope to step out of like the indoor environment someday. Someday. It would be nice
It's
to.
liberating.
I bet. I
There's
can
nice
only
things
imagine.
about it. Like I don't know. Greenhouse it has aspects of indoor and outdoor. So you kind of have to be a weather person, and you also have to be good at indoor and being able to regulate temperature and humidity, but you can't regulate temperature and humidity the same way that you do in your indoor. I have to think of it as, okay, what time do I water so the whole place dries up before the sun goes down? Things like that, it's, you can't just like exhaust your tent always. If it's really cold out, if it's snowing outside, I can't always just suck a bunch of cold air into the greenhouse. Because there was times that, at the end of the season, in my greenhouse, I would even harvest like the week before Christmas. Downstate, I had stuff growing till Christmas pretty regularly. It was not unusual.
Sativa-ish or just late starting?
Yeah, well, it was always sativa-ish, stuff that was, because I had a lot when I had that greenhouse downstate. I always had a lot of high CBD stuff. So, and I would say some of those were more on this, very sativa side, because they were high CBD and high THC, kind of a mix. And some of my favorite ones were like 17 and 9%. So it was, and those they seem to just take forever.
So
They were
I
never.
can't help but ask, uh, since you're up there in the middle of the nowheres and you have the right and it's cheap, are you gonna grow some hemp up there?
Um, if I have some seeds, I need to dig through my stock and see what I have left, because I'm not sure what I have left as far as my high CBD stuff. I might be able to drum some more up.
Would you drop that outdoors? I mean, seems like since you could, get away with growing the hemp, would you actually just do like a half acre of just some hemp stuff,
Um,
CBD flower?
to be honest with you, this one, I'm not really sure what strain it is, and I don't know the percentages. It's just one of those, this is, this is really good CBD. You want to grow this, don't ask me where I got these seeds from, type of thing. So, and I grew it for quite a few years, and they were right. It was really great CBD. My people loved it. And it just always made really good medicine when I'd mix it in with to make a batch of RSO, or when I'd mix it in to, make any type of medibles or anything like that for my patients. It just seemed to be just really beneficial medicine. So I need to dig through my seeds, and if I have any more of those left, I'm definitely gonna lay those down.
So can't help but ask why you wouldn't ask where the seeds came from.
What'd you say?
You said don't ask where the seeds come from. I said, why wouldn't you ask where the seeds came from?
Well, it's not that they basically were like, these seeds just have a number. They don't have a name. I can't tell you where they came from. So I was like, okay, sure. Thanks. It's good medicine though. I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I got it tested and I liked the percentages that it tested out at as far as the CBD, CBG, CBN, all that stuff. I really liked the, the percentages that everything came out at. So I just continued to grow it after that. And I called it Government Mule because I didn't know what else to call it.
I like the name. Government Mule.
Yeah.
So is that one you've been able to keep alive? Is that a strain you still have?
It's just a strain that I have seed for. So I needed, like I said, I need to get some more popping. That was one of the other ones that was gonna end up in the seed tray in the next couple of weeks here, along with the fruit salad.
So will the moms be kept in the house in the future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, anything I like at least. If I'm just about it, bye mom. See you later. But because it's
So
a
does
deep,
it seem foreign
yeah.
to you to have the indoor room there?
It's definitely different. It takes some getting used to, but I'm enjoying it at the same time because now I can just walk into my little indoor and sit there and stare at my plants and just, and I'm not used to having that inside my house. So now that I have that freedom to have that inside my house, it's actually really nice. That was one of the best things about getting this house here. It was like, I have room for an indoor.
You gotta have something to do during those winter months up there.
Yeah.
You gotta stay busy in the garden.
Yeah.
I think it would help. Are you gonna grow any vegetables in there? I mean, why not?
I don't really have room because all my house plants are in there right now. I'm
So
trying to keep
I guess
all my house plants away from my kitten. And that's the easiest way to do it is by putting them in my grow. Because I don't let the pets in there. So
what are some things you would suggest to grow as like you think you'd get away with growing just about anything, or would you be asking for trouble growing certain vegetables indoors?
some vegetables I don't like to grow indoor because they seem to just get bugs no matter what, and it welcomes bugs into my grow space, like cucumbers. No matter what, cucumbers just piss me off. They always seem to get critters into my grow space that I can't get rid of, and I hate it. That's one definite that I just don't like to grow in there. I tend to grow herbs in my grow space more, like sage, lavender, mints, stuff like that. Those things don't tend to attract bugs. They tend to repel bugs. And
Would they
also
make good
rodents.
cover crops?
Yeah, and also rodents from your grow space. They tend to, mint does not make a good cover crop. It chokes everything out. But a lot of the other stuff I will use for things like that.
What about at one point I had thought about throwing some strawberries in a pot
Yeah, strawberries are
as
great.
cover.
Yeah, strawberries are great actually.
Nice. I might have to do that. That'd be a nice little watering treat right there. That'd make watering worth watering right there.
I have a big pot of strawberries in my basement actually. I didn't put them up in my grow space. I left them in the basement, but I figured I'd see how they do next to the wood stove. We'll see how it goes.
So what else has gone on this last year? Not that moving, what, probably about 300 miles north, uh, isn't
Yeah,
quite a feat all on its own. I mean, when I
yeah,
did it, it took me every bit of like a couple of months to
yeah.
get
To be
everything
honest
up
with you, I'm
here.
still moving, and it's there's still more. There's always more loads of stuff to bring. But I also had an entire greenhouse full of stuff that was about the size of some people's houses, and that to move my garden in its entirety up here is a really large feat. That's a lot of bins of PVC, things like that, that I had to, as supports for my plants and all the pots and just all the gear. It's a lot to move. I had pieced together flooring, all that stuff that I used to run thermal underneath, so it was warmer. It's a lot of stuff to move.
Is this the last one, you think?
So
Are you forever a UP girl now?
I may move to another residence up here, but I will not move below the 45th parallel again, that's for sure.
I hate moving. Oh man, I
Yeah,
hate that's like one of my
yeah,
biggest
it's
things
it's
I
the
hate.
worst. And I did a lot of it in college, and it was always like 2.5, 3 hours, so it was always a pain in the butt. I'm tired of moving. I had enough, but thankfully I'm really happy here.
So have you seen any, is there any larger scale grows up there? I mean, if you were to think about
Um,
cannabis work outside of yours.
there is actually, and I actually have some friends that I help um when they need it. Some people that don't like to de-leaf, so I'll go de-leaf or things like that, and give some good energy to somebody else's garden for a little while.
Do you think you could do it on a large scale like that and still keep the love and the passion for it? I mean, obviously you've done it with vegetables and stuff
I,
like that,
to be honest with
but I
you,
don't.
there's been several seasons where I worked in a commercial greenhouse, and I was also running my own greenhouse at home at the same time. So I would get up, and for 2.5 hours before I went into work at the commercial greenhouse, I would be in my greenhouse watering on my plants and making sure they can make it through the day. And then I'd go to work and come home at the end of the day and do 2.5 more hours in my greenhouse, cleaning, doing close up, clean up, whatever it is that I had to do to close out the day inside my greenhouse. And then then the sun would be going down finally by that time, and I was done. But it made for, there was, it always makes the month of May and June really hard, like getting
uh,
transplant done and stuff like that. It was, May and June was hard. It's doable, but it's hard.
So are you going to make your own soil up there?
Um, to be honest with you, I don't like making my own soil. I tend to order soil because I don't like making my own soil very much, or I will just more use a soilless soil mix, like something that's more like Pro Mix, similar to Pro Mix or something like that, that usually I'll order from one of the greenhouse suppliers that I always got from, greenhouse soil from. But they have a lot of stuff that just is, it's basically like Pro Mix, but it doesn't have that Pro Mix name. and you can load a whole pallet into the back of your pickup truck and drive home with it. And that's enough to, cover all my plants instead of buying 1,000 cubes of Pro Mix at $40 a pop or whatever it is that, that stuff costs. And
Yeah.
I'll use something like that usually. Something that's basically got not a lot of organics in it, because I put most of the nutrients and stuff that my plants need into the soil. I do mix a few amendments into my soil that I need to last through, it's kind of almost a time release situation, but that I use kind of to help feed my plants through just a few things that I can't provide in my teas. So I add that to the soil as I'm planting, when I put my plants in their forever pots. But there's not that much that I add to the soil.
Yeah, I had to ask because I can't even imagine, starting over. I've had to start over once,
Mm-hmm.
twice, which always sucks. But I can't imagine like moving that distance and starting a greenhouse over. That seems like such a bigger project. Like you would be mixing soil, or
I made
do you
friends
do you
with
do compost?
I
Do you
made friends
compost
with
a
the
lot of stuff?
mushroom farm before I moved up here. I made friends with a mushroom farm just on the other side of the Wisconsin border. And I can go there and get compost and stuff as much as I want. So they're nice people, and they kind of help me with just basically good soil health and things like that. They're really knowledgeable when it comes to feeding through the soil. So we always have really good conversations when I go there to pick up mushroom compost. But I'll use mushroom compost in my teas. I mix it into my soil. Mushroom compost gets used a lot here. That's
Definitely
also
see the
something people
benefits
can,
in
yeah,
that.
that's also something people can order online, and they don't have to just go to this mushroom farm in Wisconsin to get it.
So, are there certain mushrooms that you could grow in with cannabis that would be beneficial? Not just using compost, but
To be honest with you, I've not tried. Um, I've not tried to mix the mushrooms and cannabis a lot. I don't know, with the new laws coming into Michigan, it could be good.
how long has how old is the longest soil that you've ever kept? Longest medium.
How old? What?
How old is the oldest medium you've ever had? Have you ever used the same thing over and over and over and over? Same pot, same medium.
I do. I usually will use them for a couple of seasons at least. 3-4 seasons tops. Usually about 3 seasons, I would say. I think the organic structure struggles, and it has to be like redone after the 4th season. But I definitely don't buy new soil every year. There's no point. Not if you give them a little spruce up. And usually I'll let my soil balls sit outside, so the snow sits on them.
Again, it surprises me that you're not like a bed type person. You know what I mean? To where it's the same boxes in the greenhouses over and over and over.
And I've been milling over doing beds actually a lot lately. So it's funny that you said that, because I've been thinking about it a lot lately, going, you know what? I could pull off beds.
Beds and compost, right? Not necessarily teas, but compost, right?
Yep. Because I think I could pull off beds in the indoor space I have here. Hey, this way. And I think it would work out in my favor.
I was just talking to somebody the other night, and I feel horrible that I don't remember the name right off the top of my head. But they were, and again, if you're listening, I'm super sorry. Make sure you call me a dick in chat. Um, uh, but they were talking about using compost in the greenhouse as kind of like a heating source,
Hmm.
basically. I thought that was a super cool idea. I'd never heard of that, but it
It
made
in my
sense.
greenhouse, it always got too hot just because of the heat. My greenhouse was just hot. My old greenhouse was hot, but um, but in other greenhouses, I think it would be very beneficial. And that's something that I thought about using more here in like my food growing spaces.
So when you're selecting your strains, is that something that you necessarily keep in mind? Uh, that heat, you know what I mean? Are you searching for strains that are regionally hot? You know what I mean? You know, like an Afghan strain or something like that that's usually grown in a
Um,
hotter environment.
yeah, I definitely choose strains specifically for my greenhouse sometimes, or specifically for outdoor if I'm going to do outdoor. I most definitely will pick different strains for different reasons. Like the blueberry ones for, those are definitely for me, those work nice outdoor. Ninja fruit, it works great outdoor because it seems to go off early. So, and people like that pretty weed. It's really that grapefruit flavor. Makes me think of grape.
Blueberries are the ones that blueberries always a pleasure though. I mean, if you can find a good blueberry, it's one of those ones where you can yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah, yeah, it's definitely nice. And for Michigan,
Unfortunately,
it works.
I'm stuck with the orange. And then I'm not I've never rarely I'm impressed like when I get an orange strain by it, usually like the flavor on the first hit and how rich in orange flavor it could be. You know
Hmm.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's realistic like orange, but I've never sat there and went, orange. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you do like a blueberry or something like that.
When I first started growing weed, the first time I ever grew, the only strain I could get my hands on was orange kush. And I grew that like the first 3 times I ever grew weed. And by the time I was done, for after the first 3 seasons, I tried growing weed and tried, and did orange kush every single time. I was so sick and tired of orange kush. It's like if I never smoke this weed again, I will not even be upset about it. And now I'm kind of like, man, I kind of miss that.
I'm definitely like that right now. I'm gonna leave the orange strain nameless, if you will, but I can't seem to get rid of that girl for nothing. Nothing. I mean, like this last time, I just had like an abundance of orange, and I'm like so over it. And I thought I actually kind of went, all right, your run's over, right? You're done. Last run for you. And I just like every time I turn around, I'm like, oh, there you are. Hmm. How how'd I get so many of these? When are they gonna run out? Jeez. Yeah.
Nice.
Definitely over the orange. So what are you said you mentioned you like the fruits. What are, blueberry? What are some of the other ones that you've come across that you're really fond of?
I really like the cherry strains. They tend to do well for what I need to medicate for too, as far as a lot of the cherry strains tend to take care of the pain and the pressure that I deal with. So do you need to go outside, Bernadette? Go ahead, Berna. And a lot of the cherry stuff tends to do well, and I tend to like that flavor and just the overall of a lot of the cherry strains too.
So
Uh,
yeah, them those cherries are really sleepy time strange from the most
yeah,
what I've gathered of them.
yeah. For like daytime stuff, I tend to lean more towards the lemon side. I grew super lemon haze forever and I loved that strain. Anybody in Michigan has that strain and wants to hook me up with a clone, this girl right here. Because I miss growing that. I loved growing that. It was such a beautiful plant in my greenhouse. That was one of my favorite things ever to grow in that greenhouse. And I would love to try it up here.
I actually kind of gear my strains a little bit for summer and winter time. Although I'm starting to think that this winter it might be a mistake. But I try to gear my more summertime weed to more sativa type uh, cannabis, more I get more out of the day. And
Hmm.
then cabin fever, the sleepy time. Let's get this winter over with. Let's hibernate for the winter.
Yeah.
Type cannabis.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah, I can see the tree pie. I don't know. Would you want to be that like hibernated up there in the UP with some cherry pie or something like that?
I kind of wouldn't mind either that or something. I'd like really gassy weed too, just like you're smoking straight up gasoline fuel. I like weed like that too. So any of those I could hold up with, but I don't know.
I think they're
We haven't even plowed the driveway yet. We're trying to let the base build up because this is kind of on the side of a hill. It's like a big mountain here, sort of. So it's three of us share a driveway and just have little driveways off of it. And we just been trying to let the base build up so it's not so terrible though. We don't want to chunk up the driveway trying to plow it.
sheer fact that you have snowed enough to where you're talking about building up a base already.
Yeah,
Already, it's like, oh,
6 to 8 supposed to start at 6 a.m. Another 6 to 8, and I
I,
probably had 6 to 8 already.
I love winter too. I love winter, but for some reason, this winter, man, I can't get in it, man. So far, I just can't get with it. I'm not looking forward to the snow.
Yeah. The summer what I walked
They're
through today was probably knee deep, I bet, in places.
already up there, knee
Yeah.
fucking deep.
Yeah, because I went for a big moose walk today and for about 4 hours, went for a walk in the woods, and some of it was I was definitely up to my knees and some of it.
That's a workout. That's a fucking workout right there.
It was nice. I broke my truck the other day, so I was trapped in my house for a while. I had to get out.
So is that what you tend to gear towards? Mainly the indica strains. I mean, are there strains that just don't work in the greenhouse?
Um, to be honest with you, I didn't have any strains that were really, really greenhouse haters, except for like, for some reason, I had a hard time with OGs in that greenhouse. Because I had tried several different OG strains, like OG18, and I had a couple other ones that I had tried, and I think SFVOG, and none of them did well in that greenhouse. They did not like the greenhouse whatsoever, and I thought it would be weird, especially because I just thought they would dig the hot, but apparently not. For some reason, OGs just hated it. I don't know if maybe the floor is too cold.
So, do you find that high heat burns off the terps? Is that true?
To be honest with you, I never let my plants get tall enough. Like I tried to keep my plants short because I'm really short. So I would try to keep my plants shorter than me so I could maintain them. So that means keeping my plants under 5 feet tall. And so that left a huge ceiling space for the heat to be and hover over my plants without my plants being hot and heavy right in the heat. Where my plants were was kind of more where the airflow was. So that was kind of how I strived. There was 1 year I let my plants get really tall and everything kissed the ceiling. And I totally think that, what you said, that it burned off the terps, that it definitely, letting my plants get that big in there was a problem. Controlling your plant size in a greenhouse in Michigan seemed to be the key to my success as far as being able to consistently fill up the greenhouse well.
Have you ever noted any kind of benefits from a heat stress?
To be honest with you, no. But I didn't notice anything that was really, it didn't really seem to hurt them either. They just seemed to just deal with it and they were fine with it. And they just took whatever the greenhouse dished out and it was okay.
I always, well, moments when my garden, because I don't necessarily provide air conditioning up here in my garden. I draw in that cool Michigan air.
Mm-hmm.
Seems so much more beneficial. But there's time to time I do see a hot night from time to time, and I've never really seen any kind of like ill effects from a couple of 90-degree nights or something like that. I'm
Yeah.
not happy about it, but I've never seen no detrimental effects from
Yeah.
it.
Yep. I think I was way
About
more worried about it than the plants were.
I find as long as you just keep those leaves shaking, everything kind of moving, everything seemed to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as my fans didn't fail, the only time I ever had a problem is if the power went out during that time. If I lost power, that's when it was a struggle. And I would actually actively go and pull panels off my roof to keep the airflow and stuff through that way, because that was the only way I could solve that problem. But I had that free, not every greenhouse has that freedom because a lot of people have, sheet plastic roofs. But I had hard plastic roof, so I could crawl up there and pull a few screws out and walk away.
Well, that's some growing there. I mean, I've never had to thought of even think about necessarily, getting hot like that. And you're like, shit, what can I do? Pull off a fucking roof panel.
Yeah. I did it a lot of times.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I did it a
But you
lot
gotta
of
do what
times.
you gotta do.
Yep. Neighbor would walk over. What are you doing? Pulling off roof panels so I don't kill everything. Okay. That little guy probably thought I was crazy, but I'm sure he just laughed.
So how big of a structure are you looking at when you finally get everything going up there? What is the ideal dream structure?
The one that I have, that the greenhouse I have that pulls apart, the dome one, is 15 foot. It's a round dome, 15 foot across. And the one I decided I want to build with the windows in the basement will go the length of my house. So I'm guessing it's probably going to be like 12 feet by 20. Because it'll go like the length of my kitchen. And that one will be
So what do you
directly
think?
attached to my house.
Cool, really cool. I'd be in that thing all the time. What do you think about? Well, you mentioned a dome, but is it like the geometric domes that I've seen lately? I've seen a few that they just seem so cool.
Yeah, I had bought
And useful.
plants off of Etsy and built a greenhouse in the barn over the winter. Over last winter, and then I never set it up the following spring because I was trying to close on the house, and I was like, I'm not setting this greenhouse up anywhere because I'm trying to close on this house. If I'm going to set it up somewhere, it's going to be in my house. So I didn't even set it up where I was living, and just kind of left it in pieces stacked in the barn until I moved up here. So now it's in pieces stacked in my woodshed.
Dig it. What kind of man? I've never even considered on how to build a greenhouse, but where do you start when you're thinking about building
To
a
be
greenhouse
honest with
like
you,
that?
I found the plan on Etsy, and it was such a nice looking little greenhouse. And it was such a well thought out and well put together plan, really easy to follow. That I was like, I was happy to fork over the 25 bucks or whatever it was for the plan. I think it was like $28 maybe with tax. And like I said, I just bought it off of Etsy. It was, just greenhouse plans for sale. And it actually built a really nice little greenhouse. I can't wait to put it all the way back to, I mean, I put it together inside the barn the one time, but that was it because the barn is bigger than 15 feet. So we'd stuck it together inside the barn once, but I didn't want to keep it together permanently. So I took all the screws back out and just stacked all the triangles together so it was still sort of together. So when I do
Yeah,
have to put it together, it'll go quick. I think I'd like to
I would
build it.
hope.
Yeah, build it on stilts here though. Like put it on a deck on stilts.
I would hope you put it together once. I can't imagine like building all the pieces and then not seeing it. You know what I mean? That part would kill me.
Yeah.
Just not
Yeah.
see it on one piece at one time.
No, I definitely put it together once just to see how it went, but I was like, so it was so tight in there and it was up over top of everything. It was, it was going over my dad's car. And so because I put it together in my parents' barn because they have a nice wide, their barn's 24 feet. So I was like, oh, this will fit in here. But yeah, it was kind of tight squeeze. So I got to put together with a Mustang in the middle of it.
Traditional garden this year?
So I didn't do a traditional garden this year because I had moved. So I kind of shirked all my garden duties and sort of halfway shoved them off on other people this year. here's my plants. Why don't you water them? This is how. And but I did move and got myself up here and managed to, be up here to be here for the serious de-leafing and the harvest and stuff like that. That was, I was around for the big work. So
I'm still kind of laughing again a little bit about the plant thing. So you're that friend, as you come by and you're like, here you go. Here's your list, your to-do
I'm,
list, and
and
just hold it, and I'll be back in about 6 months.
I am the last person to like be trusting with other people with my plants and things like that. Like I was always super untrusting of letting people in my greenhouse and things like that in the past. And I just kind of, I don't know, like moving kind of made it, you have no choice. This is your option to have a garden this year, or you can just not have a garden and not have plants and move a whole bunch of chest high plants up to the UP in a U-Haul. And I didn't want to do that either. Screw that. I wasn't doing it.
What's your favorite thing to grow other than cannabis? Is it succulents? Is there a particular plant to grow?
I'd say it's a close race between herbs and succulents. Most of my house plants are succulents. I worked in a tropical greenhouse for a long time.
What's the most tropical or hard to get succulent you got? I mean, there's quite a bit of an array. I'm always surprised at the variety of succulents.
Yeah, I have a bunch of San
Like,
Pedros.
do you like the string of pearls and all that stuff? What are
Yeah,
the string of bananas and stuff like that?
I like those. I tend to kill those string of pearls for some reason though. I don't know what it is. Everybody has their problem plants, but I like plants in the Crassula family, which is all the like the jade plants. So I tend to lean towards those. I kind of like that bonsai structure they have.
Air plants?
Yeah,
Didn't know it was such a thing until this last year, but air plants are kind of nifty.
yeah,
Expensive. It's fucking
yeah,
expensive
very,
air plants are.
yeah, very, very. I have a really big monstera that I chopped into pieces just to move up here. So I'm hoping that thing gets big again. But I had to hack it just to get it up here. It was impossible to move a really large plant in a small pickup truck with 2 large dogs. I drive a tiny pickup. So
Seems like you'd have had to upsize that as soon as you cross the bridge to a bigger truck.
yeah, it's got 4x4, so it gets it gets along pretty good, and up here in the wintertime. I've not had a lot of problems in the past. This past week, my 4x4, my transfer case motor decided to crap out, so I had to fix my truck on my driveway. That's tons of fun. It's sitting out there with the piece taken off right now and waiting for the part to get here.
Feel you there. Mine,
Yeah,
I got a Dodge. It's been sitting since January. The same problem. I just haven't decided to fuck with it. But now I need firewood and I need my Dodge. So it's time to put a transfer case into the Dodge.
yeah.
So is that something you did, or
No, I ordered
somebody else
yeah,
do?
I ordered the part actually. I took the part off yesterday and ordered the part, and it's supposed to be here Tuesday. So It was only 4 bolts and a plug, so it wasn't really a big deal. It was something a girl can handle.
Nice.
I'm not totally helpless. I do all right.
Color be impressed.
I'm a mechanic's daughter, so my dad would have been mad if I couldn't have figured this one out.
Right on. Still impressed. Still impressed. Too many. I don't know too many girls that, and again, that's whatever. But that can change a transfer case, by the way. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
No, just the
Gotta give you
motor.
some
It's
props.
just the motor, not the case, just the motor. I didn't do the whole case.
Oh,
I would have let somebody else do that. I'm not that into it.
so, what else has changed this last year? What's the plan? Do you have a plan for this year as far as like the house and changing things for the way you like to grow and all that?
Well, since I moved in here, I just got this little indoor started, and I'd like to flower an indoor in the house. And then have something ready for next season. Probably is something, have something ready for next season to go outside. And if I can get my greenhouse up over the summer, that's the plan.
3 neighbors on a hill. It would be tough to resist the urge not to be cool with the other 2 people and be
Mhm.
like, hey, I'm just going full rogue outside this year and I'm gonna grow some monster cannabis trees. I think I would have some what I was gonna put outdoors like in veg right now. So like I'm already putting out there like a fucking tree.
A lot of times I would start my seeds, my clones, stuff like that. I start them in December, January, because by then they're almost chest high when I take them outside. And they're a lot easier to control once I get them out there. So, because they're not little tiny babies. If they get cold, it's not a big deal. They handle a couple cold nights. So what if it gets cold in the greenhouse?
Would love to go outdoors. I actually thought about this last year building like a dog. I kind of heard you mention that, like a dog kennel type area. But again, if I go outdoors, I want to fucking grow, and it might not even be the best way, but I just at least want to grow one tree. You know what I mean? I'd like be able to do it too. I thought about like a dog kennel, but like in the corners, laying like rail, uh, top rail fence rail, which is
Mhm.
longer. So it could hang out of the ground or out of the concrete ground like 16 feet. So I could double stack some fence panels and have like a 16-foot roof, basically. Maybe a 10 by 10 by 16 all fenced in. Shit, I'd be cheating. I'd be training it into the fence all the way up.
I have a friend that does that. She basically grows a plant into a kennel. And
So
yeah, so the kennel becomes the trellis for the plant.
I'm wondering if you could get into like some type of loophole. That would be funny as shit. What do you mean? I'm growing outdoors, but it isn't a structure. The pots are indoor in the lock and key, but this that would be fucking funny as hell. Almost like
Yeah, because it's just
I don't know.
it looks funny because it's just all these buds sticking out of the kennel when you walk up to it. It just looks like all these buds. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
fun.
bud box and
You can
shit
put
with a
several layers
door.
of like fencing inside as like levels on the trellis. And then the final level is the actual kennel itself.
Would be so fucking cool. I
And I
mean,
want to
even
say
if
it's
it was six,
like an 8x8 kennel. It's a smaller dog kennel. It's not one of the huge ones.
I think it would just, if anything, it would be fucking picture worthy. I mean, just to a cannabis box like that. I can picture it in my head with a nice door that you open
In
and
plant of all
nothing
places.
but pots on the inside. Yeah, all your tools, watering and everything. No, nothing even on the inside. Just a
Yeah.
nice shady cannabis box. I think that would be bad as hell.
Yeah.
Somebody should do that. Definitely. Especially if it could be 69. It'd be, fuck, you always worry about support anyway. That would be it self-supported. That would be fucking awesome.
Seems to work out well.
What
I
to
don't,
do
like I
what?
said, I never liked letting my plants get that big. I like them small where I can control them and not have to stand on a ladder. Because I've fallen off ladders several times pulling light depot tarps and stuff like that. So any less time I can spend on a ladder, the better. After falling off a ladder as many times as I have, I'd rather not.
See that. But it'd be fun to do once.
Yeah.
Once. Like I said, it may not even be feasible to
I did
do,
that
or
couple, I did that a couple times, grow huge plants and learned, oh, I don't want to grow huge plants. This is hard. These ones are easier.
So what would be a good
So
strain for something like that, you think? Like some Gorilla Glue, something that naturally stretches?
something that gets big. Yeah, something that naturally stretches like that. What was that one that I had that was always, I had a grapefruit strain that was just always reaching for the sky. I can't even remember what it was grapefruit something, and I'm just drawing a blank on what it was right now, but I just remember that I was like, this plant would be huge outside.
Why sustainable in chat saying he basically has done something close to that double 4 foot by 16 cattle panels to 8 feet tall, 16 wide by 32 welded together. That'd be
Nice.
awesome. Oh,
That's huge.
that's awesome. Someday.
Now it's more acceptable than ever to have some plants slapped outside in your lawn. So now everybody can have their 12.
That'd be it's a good time we're venturing into when we can do something like that. Pretty soon you'd be able to have them in this like hedges. That'd
Yeah.
be cool.
Yeah.
Just as an ornamental plant, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm very excited about getting everything going though when the snow thaws and slap up some walls on a greenhouse and get moving here. So it'll be fun.
You're gonna have a busy 2 months.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That's why I'm glad I at least have the little indoor space up there that I can, can have a little elbow room in. Like I said, I have a whole nother residence on the property. If I really want to fire up a grow room, I can fill up the whole other house.
Boy, that the weather is definitely steps up your hustle
Yeah.
for somebody like yourself, especially if you're going to put up a greenhouse this year. Like I said, you got what, maybe 4 months tops to set up, your greenhouse, get your yard, get all that stuff, kind of rolling. You got a busy summer, busy spring ahead of you.
Thankfully, the dome's already built and it'll screw together in maybe 2 days. So that'll be a fair, especially because it's already been put together once and labeled and then taken apart. So it's more of, I kind of made it, A to A, B to B, C to C, I made it real easy to piece together. So everything will fit exactly the way it was when I had it together. So it went up pretty quickly when I put it together, even before. So I don't expect this to go slow.
Glad to hear that. Uh, I always thought that was, I jokingly said it to you because the guy that I bought this house for, or buying this house from, rather, when I signed the contract, I didn't necessarily know that. That's, I guess, how ignorant I was at how a little bit, a few miles, 100 miles, and even less as I moved up here, how different the weather can be. You know what I mean? From downstate, we have winters, fucking snows, it goes away, it snows, it goes away.
Mhm.
I never had a real long winter like you have up here. So after
Mhm.
we signed the contract and whatnot, we basically walked out in the driveway and shook hands, and he was like, "Yeah, enjoy your, 2 months of summer, basically." And I was like, yeah, you're funny, but it's not what it ends up to be. You only
Yeah.
get like 4 like snowless months and shit. It goes by so fast.
Yeah, it does. Yep, most definitely. Yeah, it's
So,
because I'm
do
I'm
you
definitely in a
ski?
different planting zone here than I was living before. So that'll take a little adjustment.
Do you
But
ski and all that good stuff, or enjoy the
uh,
winter time?
snowboard. I snowboard and I really suck at it, but I enjoy it. It's fun. I like it, but I'm terrible. But I guess you don't have to be good at everything to like it still. So
Sounds like you get your practice up there. You've been getting
yeah,
some
at least I
practice
have
up
some
there.
place I can snowboard now because I could never. It always, they would make snow where I lived before. They'd have to make snow all the whole season, and so you were always just snowboarding on that gravelly. It's really grainy. It's weird snow when they just make snow all the time, and it's not the same. It's not the same as this stuff. You know, Big Snow just opened the other day. I had a free day, but I didn't go because was having that was the day I started having truck issues. So I was like, let's see here. This will be fun. Not doing that ride without 4x4. So
Yeah. Gotta have your 4x4 up here
yeah, oh
during the
definitely,
winter months.
definitely.
Can't even get home without it, to be honest with you. Uh, there's I can travel up and down the state on any given day, whether during the winter, but the last 3 miles is 4-wheel drive in the
Yeah.
winter months.
Yeah, I can't get in my
Once I
driveway.
leave the main road to turn in, it's 4-wheel drive. You gotta have it to get back to the house.
Yep. Yeah, it's I can't get in my driveway otherwise. There's no way. But I'll take the view for having to use 4-wheel drive to get up my driveway.
Interested to hear what a spring is like up there after that heavy winter.
There is a huge, huge ditch that runs through my yard. It carries all the snow down from the top of the mountain to the bottom. And I call it a mountain just because it's big rock mountain. So it's just it's a mountain for lack of better anything else. Where I live is really hilly here. And there, like, the ditch, for me to go stand down in the ditch, I'm about chest deep in the ditch. And I know that thing fills up with water for spring thaw. It's coming down there pretty good.
It's pretty awesome. Can you snowboard down the hill?
The old man that lives next door to me, he's lived here forever. He said it fills up, and he's like, don't let your dogs fall in there.
Huh. I am greatly ashamed that I've never crossed that bridge. I've never even seen the bridge. I've never even drove to the Mackinac.
Gotta come up and do it once. Take a weekend at least and come up on the other side. It's nice. It's really beautiful.
So I hear. Even my daughter, my youngest, has been over the bridge. She's like, I'm like, see, you've already got one thing on the list that I haven't done. Good for you. You know what I mean? It's beautiful. Same thing. It's beautiful up there.
Some people are scared of the bridge, and I never understood that because I find the bridge comforting because it's like, oh, going home. Even when I didn't live up here, I still felt like I was going home when I was coming up here. So it was always I just knew where I belonged.
It took me a little bit to, even when I lived downstate, I lived in a country type setting, but nothing like where I'm at now. And
Mm-hmm.
when the first year or so, man, I missed that. What was close to it's like city life down there. I used to like really, as the highway opened up, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm somewhere. You know what I mean? And get that homier feeling. But now, after being up here so long, now it's the opposite, man. As soon as I get so far up, I'm like, especially now when I get off at that exit, I'm like, oh, finally home.
Yeah.
Definitely a better feeling.
Yeah. I don't want to cross the bridge to go, you know, downstate. I'm like, no, I don't want to cross the bridge. Don't make me do it. Oh, but I need stuff.
So are you close enough to where at least you don't have to travel? I mean,
Yeah, well,
small things.
I have enough stuff moved up here now that I'm comfortable and not camping in my own house, and have all my garden stuff that I need, and have a lot of the other, just a lot of the general things that I need are up here. So now I'm just kind of up here trying to stir up things like firewood and stuff like that to make sure that I'm covered for the rest of the season. The people that lived here left me a pretty large amount of firewood, but I don't think it's enough for the whole season. So I need to search some more out and find some other things like that to cover me for the rest of the year. Be good. Just learning how to work my house and all
Be
that good
creative
stuff.
like this grower. Use that grow for your supplement some of the heat in the house, man. I heat half the house with the
Yeah.
grow heat. You know what I mean? I actually
Yeah,
push
I
that
kind of
into the
noticed
house.
that because the whole upstairs is nice and toasty warm all the time. And I don't have to worry about it up there. So
Yeah. If it's just you, I'd be setting up plants all over. I'd be like, yeah, a little chilly in here. Grow light, couple plants.
mhm. Yeah, I just got to be careful because I'll get to the point where it's like I'm trying to sleep and there's grow lights shining in my bedroom. So, I'm that type of person where I'm just going to grow everywhere. So I'm so used to sleeping in my grow too, from sleeping in the greenhouse for as many years as I did. I did for like 5 seasons. So um, I got really used to sleeping in there, but there's a lot of pluses and minuses to sleeping in your grow at night. I think cannabis is a little vampire-y.
I definitely take me some mats in this area for sure. And I tell you what, I am always
That stop, please.
never surprised on how I can sense what's going on with the lights, even with my eyes closed. I can feel like light. It's weird. Like I'm gonna call it light pressure, basically, because even
Yeah.
with the tents closed, I can kind of still, I don't know, feel the lights going on and off.
Hmm.
And sometimes, like with these tents, I may shut these to make it a little darker in here, kick up my feet. It depends, like if I know what time of day is. So like, say if it's close to switching, basically these go off, the other ones are coming on. I may
Yeah.
partially shut these and partially open the others, right? To kind of like dissipate heat, or yeah, just
Right.
flat out dissipate heat, from these, and when the other ones kick on.
Yeah.
Them LED panels that come on during the day, man, I am always surprised how quickly they can heat up a tent. And I
Yeah.
mean, them lights can heat up a tent in no time. But when them fucking LEDs come on, I've had them fucking LEDs practically take me right out of the chair from that instant blast of lights. Like somebody had just like come up and
Down the sun.
interrogated me almost. All right, because when at that time I could hear the click, pow, on the light, and it's like the one time it honestly about took me out of the chair. It startled me so much, it about fucking took me out of the chair.
Hmm.
Not in a good way either. Right? When you wake
Yeah.
up out of sleep like that,
Oh, heck yeah. Startling.
takes you a
But
few seconds to get your bearings.
that's when I was like, I can't do that to myself in this house where I'm like, trying to sleep with grow light shining in my eyes. And, I, I've done that before. I can't do it again.
Definitely throws off your circadian rhythm.
Oh,
That's for
yeah.
sure.
Most definitely.
But I don't know. You're still early on there. You're still early. I can still see it happening somewhat. Living
Yeah, I haven't
by
lived here that
yourself.
long yet, so I don't know. I have another house too, so I can fill up that house first and then work on this one because I
That's
do
so
have two
funny.
houses. Yeah, I do have two houses on my property, so I was really excited about that.
It's really cool. Definitely cool. I don't know if I could not resist the urge to already have one of them set up. Yeah, that's with you.
The only reason I haven't is because that one wasn't on the electrical grid when I moved in. The people that lived here before me had solar on it, and they weren't running that house on the, it wasn't hooked to the pole. So, and I didn't get it hooked to the pole when I moved in. I just switched this house over to my name and that was it. And so I figured, I was like, well, when I'm ready, I'll hook it to the pole. And that's the only reason I haven't done anything in there yet, is because I haven't called and had them hook it.
Robert in chat says, And it's funny, I could honestly see that. He says, sleep in a tent and the whole house is to grow. That's kind of funny.
That was what I did in my greenhouse for, for 5 years. Basically slept in a tent inside the greenhouse because I was blacking out the sun. Because I would be up all night. Because I would have high school, like I was such a known spot that I would have high school kids running around my yard all night, just trying to even like they weren't necessarily there trying to steal anything. I mean, they'd get what they could if they could, but they were there. They more than anything wanted to see it. They had never seen that much weed. They wanted to see it. I constantly had neighbor kids running around in my yard, stuff like that. So I was always up all night shooting the neighbor kids with rubber bullets.
Ah,
I'm not going to end somebody's family, but I'll shoot your kid with a rubber bullet gun.
that's funny.
Make them think
That
twice if I
is.
purpled his ass about coming back into my yard. Usually, if I tagged him in the ass a couple of times with the rubber bullet gun, they didn't come back.
Yeah, I can see that. I
It
can
was
see
enough. It
that.
was enough to keep high school kids away and not hurt anybody. I'm not into ending families, neighborhood kids running around my yard. A lot of people are like, I would have just shot him. Nah, I'm not gonna shoot some high school kid.
At
No
that
way.
point, I would think you'd be happy about the welt on the ass, knowing that you could have gotten
Exactly.
shot.
Yeah. There is one kid that might not ever have kids again, but we'll see.
That'd be even worse up here. I don't know where you were at down there, where as far as like being close to a city, but the further out you get, the more possibility of like you getting shot. You come around at night times and shit. I had one time somebody come up here at like 4 o'clock in the morning and like beat on the door, and it broken down actually up the road. It was actually a teenager. Had been drinking and had broken down on up the road and had stumbled up to the house and wanting some help. And the way he did it, man, it was kind of weird and
Yeah, kind
uh,
of insane.
yeah. You don't expect nobody that time of night around here.
Yeah.
He
And I
actually
think that,
tried to come in too.
yeah,
He was that drunk to where I opened the door and I'm like, "Can I help you?" And he come up the steps and like tried to come into the house, and I had to give him a nice little shove, back out of. I'm like, I was like, I don't know who fucking, but you don't come around people's houses like that this time. You could have got
yeah,
shot, dude.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I was always up all night roaming the greenhouse up all night, just keeping tabs on stuff. So then during the day I'd sleep in the tent inside the greenhouse, basically had a tent inside the greenhouse. Sun would be blaring, plants would be just praying up to the sun gods, and I'd be just sawing logs all day in the greenhouse. Get up at noon and
It,
water.
it's kind of funny the parallel though. Uh, that's initially the reason why I set up the garden at this time of night. Was it was convenience, but it was more of a security issue. I figured, that if anything were to ever happen, it would be probably during the nighttime hours, you know, working under the cloak of darkness, basically. And I figured if I was up all night, banging around, making noise, the chances of something happening while I'm out during the day are a lot less likely than, you know what I mean? So that's initially why I started kind of phasing things towards out at night was the third shift kind of security. I'm kind of the
Northern
mentality
winter
if there's
keeps your house warm.
always movement, yeah, always movement. It's a deterrent. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna fuck with the house where there's constant movement.
Yeah. Keeps the house warm too. Most definitely.
Any chances of breeding your own strain up there? I mean, that seems to be the fad
Mm, No,
nowadays.
I'm not a
No,
fan of doing that. It's to me it's more work than I want to. I like to enjoy growing more than work for it like that. Takes a lot of generations to breed things out and do it the right way. And if you don't do it the right way, then you get things that hermaphrodite out and mutiny little plants and weird little stuff all the time. And I don't want to take the time to do it. I'd rather just enjoy growing cannabis and enjoy the grow.
come across any new favorites this year?
Um, Not so far, but I'm not done popping all my stuff yet. So I'll have to see. I have some new stuff coming too that possibly might end up here in the mail before I pop everything. So I might switch up some of my choices depending on how much room I have. We'll have to see who actually re-ups their card. I have a couple cards up for either the
You know,
patient's
that
going to
sucks.
re-up their card or not. But so I'll wait and see and find out if they're actually going to. And
I hope so, man. The number keeps dwindling
it
as
does.
far as card hold.
It does. Because some people don't see the benefit to it anymore because they're like, well, I can grow 12 plants at home if I want, and I can go anywhere and buy weed. I'll still buy it from you, but why do I need a card? Because it's not illegal for you to sell it to me anymore.
There's a lot of reasons. The HEPA
Yeah.
rights.
Right. My opinion, just
It,
having that patient's rights is worth it.
it's what I say too. I mean, a lot of people don't necessarily realize just because it's recreational, you're going to be treated like it's recreational. If you get in trouble on a job or something like that, they're going to treat you
Yeah.
like you've been drinking on the job.
Yeah.
If you've got a medical card, you have some rights to say, hey, I've got a reason why it's in my system. I'm not,
Yeah. Patient's
trying
rights
to
is
be
huge.
medicated.
And I use it for medical reasons more than anything. So why wouldn't I hold that card in my hand? For my
Well,
safety and
there's,
everybody's.
I think they've kind of done it. I honestly have said this a few times that I think recreational was a ploy to kind of take away the medical spotlight from cannabis.
Yeah.
Exactly what it's doing right now.
Yeah.
You
They're
know,
trying hard.
it takes numbers as far as like research and for data and stuff like that. When we had spikes of all these medical cards from state to state, it struck curiosity. Money went there for testing. Oh, you say it helps with pain. Well, let's do some research with the pain. And you know what I mean? But as them numbers drop, research money and interest in medical cannabis, I think, will kind of fall to the wayside when it should be still be pushing forward. I really think big pharma kind of lobbied from state to state. Hey, psst, you guys are really high in medical numbers. You guys really need to get the rec going. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
kind of, and I think I've said this before. I think they're going to be the first ones to step in when recreational goes across the board federally, and they're going to be the first ones to kind of push us all out. You know, it's a
Hmm.
win-win-win for them. They get to start selling us another product. They keep selling us the poisons as they've
Yeah.
always done. I don't know.
Sucks because what they don't realize is, like, medical's been going on long enough in Michigan here that everybody in Michigan has already made their choices. If you're a medical patient and you're going to buy regularly from a dispensary, you are already doing that. Anybody that's a medical patient and cannot buy regularly from a dispensary either doesn't like the dispensary weed, can't afford the dispensary weed, whatever it is, whatever your reasons are for buying from a caregiver or buying black market or whatever it is that you do as a medical patient. But that those people are, those people have already made their choices. The chips are already down. So anybody that's not buying from the dispensary is not going to start buying from a dispensary just because they make it illegal for them to buy anywhere else but a dispensary. They're just going to go black market because they already made their choice. They're buying it from their boys. That's it. Or they're growing it themselves. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think that that approach is going to be beneficial for anybody. I mean, we know for sure that cannabis is kind of individualized, both the plant and us, on how we interact with each other. For them to kind of go, okay, we've limited it down to these 16, let's say, you know what I mean? And that's going to work for you is the reason why they haven't made it a medicine anyway, because they haven't been able to, oh, yeah, this one works for everybody for all this ailments. You know what I mean? They can't unlock it like that. So, how can they, at one point, just because they put up a lot of money and put together a grow, suddenly now tell me cookies is my medicine? You know what I mean? This is,
Right.
it's,
Yeah, because some caregivers grow specific strains. I know people that I caregive for that I make these particular coconut oil pills for um my patients. They're just capsules. They have coconut oil that's infused with cannabis, RSO, turmeric oil, black pepper oil, and that's it. They're really nice anti-inflammatory. My patients love them. Some of them absolutely swear by them, and they can't get them anywhere else. So where else are they going to go? They're going to go without them, or they're going to continue to get them from me, or whatever.
well, the thing I've kind of found about all that too is if they can find them on a retail level, that's the part that pisses me off is it's supposed to be a medicine, you know what I mean? And now they were getting it for a reasonable rate, if not for free. And now they've got to go out of pocket to some outrageous price. And then it may or may not work as well as the stuff that they were getting from the caregiver for cheap or if not for free. It's unfair.
Yep. Yep. There's a lot of people that are struggling if they can't continue on with their own caregivers. A lot of people that are just like, I don't care. I won't go somewhere else. My caregiver will keep providing for me. I'm going to keep going there. And I've heard a lot of people say that. People that I never thought would say that.
I just don't think I mean, they have a hard time keeping up now with
Yeah.
quality meds.
Yeah.
What are they going to do when that influx is greater?
Yeah. And a big portion of it is affordability. Huge portion of it is affordability. Because this past year, I ran low um on cannabis this year. It was, last year it was a little bit short. It happens when you're doing outdoors sometimes. It gets cold. You get shorted. So um I was short this year, and myself and my patients, all of us went to the dispensary a little bit, right? Just for a couple of weeks before I harvested. And during that, month long time or whatever that we went to the dispensary, I couldn't believe, and it's been a long time since I've been to a dispensary, but I was floored by the prices for me with a medical patient card. 'Cause I have my patient card. I'm not just walking into the dispensary as a recreational user. And so I'm supposed to get the cheaper stuff. And like, I know the one time I walked out of there with a couple of pre-rolls that were supposed to be free and a quarter and an eighth. And it cost me $130. $130 for a quarter and an eighth. Just like, how can people afford that? I don't charge people that as a caregiver. Nobody donates me that much money as a caregiver.
I feel
$130.
guilty taking it.
$100
Almost.
for a
It's
quarter and
crazy.
and like I said, and two pre-rolls that were supposed to be free, mind you, because I was a first-time patient at that place. I had never gone to that particular dispensary, and I was supposed to get a free, I was supposed to get free, couple pre-rolls, free gift as a first-time purchaser. So that those two pre-rolls weren't even included in that $130 price.
As far as that goes, whatever happened to like putting your best foot forward? You know what I mean? Shouldn't that pre-roll shouldn't you be driving down the road like we were talking about earlier? Just, yeah, that's good. And I've
Yeah.
never had a pre-roll from a provisioning center, not one that I've ever thought about doing that from. It's like, here you go. Will you pay us $10 a stick to clean up our garbage, basically.
Yeah. Thankfully, the weed that I got that day wasn't very disappointing. I was disappointed in one of the pre-rolls, and but the eighth and the quarter were at least okay. It wasn't the most fantastic everything I've ever had, but I wasn't hating it, at least. There's been other times I bought stuff at the dispensary that I was like, oh, this is awful. I can't even smoke it.
It's the experience I've ever had. Well, again, I've never, anytime I have found myself landed into a provisioning center, it's just been like poor planning on like travel, not bringing enough with me, and I needed some for the ride home or something to that effect, or buying some concentrate. So I walk right by the flower to get some concentrate. So I've never really paid some actually good money from some flower there. It's usually like some pre-roll, and it's never been it like this is good. I have honestly now headed down the road and went, God, this is horrible. What the fuck? I've done that, but not in the good way.
Most of the times that I've only liked pre-rolls, I've been pre-rolls that I've actually sat there and watched the girl roll it in front of me. When I saw her take buds out of the jar and roll me a joint and then hand it to me. But there's very few places that do that also. So
I've even tried like to upgrade it to the next, 15 or the $20, pre-roll there, and it's never even been any. It's still horrible.
Yeah.
And again, as a caregiver, I'm like, man, I can't believe they get away with this. I used to know. I used to deal with this dispensary, few of them that would sell shake, actually sell shake, and I'm
Yeah.
like, how can you look? You guys got all this flour, and you can't
That's a lot
discount the
more
flour.
common
You got to look
nowadays.
somebody in the face and sell them shake. And at that point, it was $6 a gram.
Yeah.
I'm like, who? I can't believe you guys would sell somebody this shit.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of the places around now do sell shake. Because I've looked at some of the online menus of places and stuff like that, and they always have shake listed on their menu. And it's anywhere from $3 to $6.
It's insane. It's insane.
I guess they're utilizing everything. Money
That
options
should
for
be.
everyone.
Yeah,
I guess if you only
I
got
couldn't.
$3.
Yeah, that, that should be like baking material or some shit like that.
Yeah, I agree. Because that's what I,
But it's
that's what I do with my shake. But
that's what the matrix system. I guess that's the matrix system. It has made them like that. I guess.
yeah, makes can of butter so everybody can make Christmas cookies if they want.
I hope somebody makes them. My actually Christmas cookies. I like fudge. I like Christmas cannabis fudge. It's always a nice treat this time of year. I can get pretty messed up on some Christmas fudge.
Nice. I have a big wood fire stove here. I'm still learning how to use before I start making candy stuff like fudge and things like that. I need to perfect using the stove just for everyday stuff.
It's
Not
pretty.
using
Oh,
the
so it's an old like real wood
yeah,
like
like
stove.
wood cook stove.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's really kind of awesome.
Yeah, it came in the house. It's pretty awesome. It's really, really
Pizza.
cool. Too.
And then the first thing you try to cook in that type of oven there is like a pizza. So you make pizza.
I did frozen pizza in it, but
That's
it,
fucking
it,
hilarious.
it, yeah, it seems to, I'm still trying stuff out and learning how to clean it and things like that. So little by little, it's getting there.
She's like, "Are you done yet?" Is that the female there? Are they both female?
Oh yeah. She's the crabby one. And
I
it's
heard
not
her snort.
not all about, yeah, she's really snorty.
When you were
Really.
talking, I heard her like.
Yeah.
That's why I was laughing.
Yeah, her face was, she actually had her chin on my shoulder for a while. So they're all just wondering, why are you on the phone so much? Everybody's got to walk around me. So
Man, them heads can get heavy, man. It's surprising. I got a small dog, right? He's not big. He's not that size by any means. But every time like we go on a cruise, I've got a hand on the wheel. He's got to sit on the console right here, and he
yeah.
lays his head in that crotch of my arm. which is cool for a few minutes. It's all like, oh, little buddy. But then
And
after a while, it's like, the same,
that's
same,
exactly what
same.
it was. Yeah.
Man,
She
she
doesn't.
got a much bigger head. That thing would be heavy. That's cool, though. A lot of love,
She's a
a lot
good
of
dog.
trust there.
She she's a good girl, good protector. She was the raised in the greenhouse dog, so I've seen her chest bump people out of their own gardens.
Yeah.
When she gets into a house with a garden, it's protect the garden at all costs. Everybody get out. If I don't know you, I don't care if it's your garden, you're getting out. So
Really cool.
seen her chest bump several people out of their own garden. Like she'll body check you, hockey style.
Either a collar or a sweater that says Cannabis Patrol.
Yeah. Yeah. She's just a little guard dog.
Oh, if you could only see the look as she's like looking at you with the kind of like squinted eyes.
Yeah. She's staring at me just like, get off the
It's
phone.
definitely yeah, that's exactly the look it is too.
Put the phone down. Get off.
Don't you think you had enough? That's the look right there.
She just,
That's
she just
awesome.
looked away like, you're talking about me. Sorry, Snorty Jane.
It's funny.
She knows. She's smart. She gets it.
Most dogs do. I'm surprised at, all the time how they pick up on things. This guy, he's over there sleeping on my shirt, but the one that he's technically my dog, but although I never like picked him, you know what I mean? We had
Mhm.
some dogs, and he just like followed me around from birth, and he still follows me around. That's how he became my dog. It was like, I guess he's mine. You know what I mean? He won't leave me alone. He's cute. I can't tell him no, and
Yeah.
he's still doing it to this day. But it blows me away how he can know I'm doing things. Like it's
Mhm.
like I can already have, say, coat, shoes, car keys in my fucking pocket, and like not even say anything about leaving or whatever. And he's already like at the door. And even then, like, all right, yeah, I'll let you out. And you let him out. And he's like sitting next to the truck, right to the driver's door, like, I know you're leaving, man. You're taking me with you. I'm like, I'm always like, how do you fucking know I was leaving? I didn't jingle no keys. I didn't sit here and put on my shoes. How in the fuck did you know? You know what I mean? It's crazy how they can get in your head or pick up
Yeah.
on little things.
Even just you gathering your stuff before you leave the house.
They must travel with you too.
Yeah, these two pretty much go with me everywhere. They're with me all the time. So
My little guy there a lot of times won't even, because I actually fell into the habit where I was taking him to work quite a bit. And nowadays, if I don't take him to work, he'll either like try to stop the vehicle. I had like the other one actually jump in front of the vehicle to where I had to like slam on the brakes. Be like, you crazy ass, what are you doing? And he just kind of like looked around like, you're taking me, right? You know what I mean?
mhm.
And if I don't take them, like if it's like a situation where I'm like, oh man, you guys got to stay here, they're butt heads, completely butt heads to the other dogs in the house. Like, oh man, we got to stay here with you guys. Man.
You
You
gotta
guys
stay with
suck.
you guys. This stuff. Yeah, I got lucky with these two, thankfully. Because the other one I can't keep in a cage. She's a breakout artist. And but thankfully she doesn't do anything in the house when she's out. She's just a good girl. She just doesn't want to be in a cage. That's all. Just just don't lock me up. I'll be good.
My
So,
dog said it's funny because of the way you raise them or where you raise them. You know, I live out in the country. There's no fucking way I put my dog on uh, a chain or putting him in a kennel. Not with all this room to roam and shit like that. I just figure it's kind of inhumane. And as far as I go with that mentality,
yeah.
none of them wear collars. None
Yeah.
of them wear collars. Then, and in fact, I go places all the time with the dogs, and I'll jump out, and they'll be like, "Aren't you worried about them running off?" I had them in the city, as I was talking about uh, last week, and I jump out of the truck, and they're like, "Aren't you worried about running them off? The road's right there." And I'm like, "This dog isn't gonna leave my side that far." And at one point, he went like 6, 7 feet away, kind of like looked around, and he came back and he sat right on top of my feet. You know what I mean? And everybody looked at me like, "Man, I can't believe it. That dog." I mean, he was literally butt to me, ass sitting right on the top of my feet, like looking at them. And I'm like, "Look, I told you guys." But with that kind of being said, if I have to put a collar on them for one reason or another, say I'm going in the city and I want to put them on a leash or something like that, they are, oh my gosh, the mood change. I'll
Mm-hmm.
snap that thing on, head down, like they're being punished, and they're like the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like it's
and
yep.
soon
Yeah,
as
because
you
I
take it off, the mood.
yeah, I had the younger one here that I have. She went into heat recently, and I had to put a collar on her during that time because I don't want her running off. I really didn't want a pregnant dog. I really didn't want puppies. I just wanted her to go into heat once, and then I can get her fixed and she have a normal life. But I had to put her on a leash for a while during that, and she had to, she had to wear a collar for a while, and not happy at all. You could tell she was just utterly depressed that I was making her wear a collar. My life is over.
It's weird how that can affect them too. It's
These are,
weird because like
yeah,
even like
they're, yeah, generally pretty leash-free dogs, and they go all
you
over.
notice.
Yeah, even like through Marquette, and I've never had a problem.
So I can see it when I put them on them, like the timidness. But as far as when I take it on, it's like a light switch too, man. I take it off and they're like, it's like, holy cow, it's
Yeah,
that bad on you. I mean,
yeah,
I can't believe it. It always blows me.
yeah. They're good for the cannabis. Extra carbon, little CO2 for them, and laying pant underneath the trees.
Do they and do they enjoy cannabis? Do they actually like to
The
hit
bulldog
here
really
and
does.
there?
Yeah, the bulldog really does. She tends to. I used to call it gardening, um, for lack of better explanation, but she would sift through the floor of my old greenhouse, and my whole floor of my old greenhouse was pea stone. She'd sift through the floor and pick out certain rocks and put them in the pots. She'd choose certain ones, and she'd do it all day long. Then she'd go just choose certain plants and wrap herself around the pot and go to sleep for a while. And she'd get up and move and wrap herself around another pot. And she'd make her rounds, throw little stones and everything. eat some perlite out of the top. Get out of here. She just like shuffles around. She's a leaf eater big time.
Have you
There's
noted anything like a pattern? Basically, like, oh, they like the indicas or this
um
terpy smell.
no, I haven't noticed a preference. She just wants to eat whatever it is that I'm working on. So wherever I'm at, whatever the freshest leaf pulled off the plant is, that's the leaf that she wants right now. And then I gotta watch her though, because like during harvest, when you're pulling off, sugar leaves and stuff here and there, some of that stuff is frosty. Even some of the fan leaves are frosty. And she's ends up just white girl wasted. Thrown up in my pickup truck on the way, just terrible. She's look at you and
Am I
she's like,
wrong in saying that they don't need they can get like instantly high from it? That they don't need it necessarily to be converted any one way or form. Like basically, we need to heat it up or decarboxylate it to get high,
yeah.
but they can get high without that, right?
No, I believe that because she definitely responds that way. She's, like I said, she's wasted when I'm leaf pulling. So I drag her home all wasted in the truck. You could see her while I'm driving. She's just like, looks like she's on a boat, swaying around the truck. It's like, oh, lay down. You're making me seasick, girl.
If there wasn't a benefit, then they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah. And both of them do it too. So it's like, but at least the other one just lays down and goes to sleep as soon as we get in the car all the time. She's good.
I just lost a joint like a fucking magic trick. If it wasn't a concrete floor right here, I would be like worried. But literally, I'm sitting here. I mean, I thought I dropped it straight down, but that thing is gone.
It's rolled somewhere.
I'll find it later, I guess.
Yeah. Roll another.
But I'm genuinely impressed. I think I did some type of like, there's either a black hole or I just managed to pull off some kind of magic trick. So how are we doing on time here? We're at 2:38. Are the dogs winning?
She gave up on trying to get my attention.
Yeah.
She had enough. So that's good. But yeah, I'm really excited to grow a lot more. There'll be a lot more green pictures in my feed coming up soon. I'm at 12% battery, so we don't have too much more left.
Are you gonna man, it would be hard not to just run buck wild up there, to be honest with you. Up on
Like
the hilltops.
yeah, right now I have enough cards that I have some plant numbers to play with. So I can pop a bunch of seeds and, rifle through them and have fun doing it. And not be over my plant numbers and, feel weird about it or nervous or, anything like that. So it's good. It'll be a positive experience coming up in the next couple of weeks, I think. And
I thought I was actually I thought I was in an area where I could get away with growing outdoors. And soon as I thought that year that I could get away with it, I found out that I had my tree line behind me was thinner than I thought it was, because the people on like butted up to the property decided for one reason or another, and I don't get this. How do you? I mean, we're up north. Do you really need to like set up a camper on your 4 acres at the other end of your property to kind of have that camping experience? I actually think that they actually was like, that's the relative spot back there. So
Maybe
there was like one opening to where
they
like you
might
could
be different
see into
things or
my
whatever.
property and shit. That's exactly where I was gonna put my plants. I'm all like, yeah, this is the year. This is the year I'm going back right back there. It is like I'm getting things together. I notice I'm like, is that a fucking camper back there? They literally like put it like on the property line,
Oh
right
no.
to where it would. Yeah, so it kind of foiled my attempt to go outside that year. I still
Yeah,
haven't.
that would make you feel conscious. But yeah, I'm excited to go crazy in the greenhouse. Like I said, as soon as the snow thaws, I'm popping up that little dome in the yard. And so, because I want to, by May, I'd like to get my 12 out there at least.
Yeah, I always right now I kind of use the outdoor, the rec as my like overflow, if you will. I don't necessarily seriously grow anything out there as far as like I know that's gonna be my plan. But if I want to re-veg something during the spring, you know what I mean? That's that the re-veg plant goes outdoor, and I'm like, yeah, that's my rec plant right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let the nature take over this one and that one, but I
Yep.
never let them go seriously for like an hour, just enough to get clones. So, what are some of the positive effects on growing cannabis in a green door effect? Do you notice more THC, higher numbers in like say THC or terpenes from the different environment?
I I think that there's actually a lot of benefits. I'm trying to figure out which one to talk about first. Um, as far as I just get a lot more overall resin from the sun, just because there's more sun than I do over anything that I've grown indoor. I mean, I do fine when I've done under lights, but it's when I grow outside under the sun, it's just everything's just juicier. It's just more everything, more THC, more CBD, more CBG, more all of it, more everything. So it just it makes it like puts your plants on steroids without putting your plants on steroids. It's like a healthy way to put your plants on steroids. I guess is the best way to explain it. So I don't have to feed my plants unhealthy things to like pump them up. The sun helps them do that. But I feel like I have to work harder to pump them up that much inside as opposed to in the greenhouse. A lot of people say it's easier, but there's a lot more factors to the greenhouse at the same time because you have to deal with the weather and you have to be around rain or shine, the open vents, closed vents, just deal with the garbage, or you have to automate everything, and that costs money. If you don't have the money, you have to be there. If you notice it picking up, getting windy at all, you better drive your ass home and shut all your shit up, or you might lose the roof of your greenhouse. Things like that could be life or death for your grow. But like, as far as the benefits is that the sun gives me, it's unmatchable in anything that, as far, people can tell me all day, oh, these lights mimic the sun perfectly, blah, 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 blah. But it's just not the same, because I've smoked all that weed and it's still not the same as what I've smoked under the sun. There's just little things that taste different about sun-grown cannabis. And then there's little things like in the greenhouse that it's cleaner than outdoor weed. There's not as much dust and dirt and just because raindrops have a lot of dirt in them. When your plants get rained on, when your buds get rained on, and they always get rained on in Michigan, that's how life goes. They always get rained on in Michigan. There's a lot of dirt in raindrops, and all that stuff accumulates on your plants, and it's all on your plants. So having it inside the greenhouse, you have that benefit that those raindrops aren't adding that dirt to your plant and changing the flavor of your plant that way. And also just flat out washing some of your trichomes away, just because they're being hit with projectiles that they're not going to be hit with in the greenhouse.
What are your thoughts on, as far as like cannabis washing? I'm curious. You ever wash cannabis? Do you believe in it? How would you if you did?
If I grow cannabis outside, I do rinse off my buds right when I harvest. I'll rinse them off briefly. I don't take a long, ridiculous amount of time to wash my buds. I don't dip them in this chemical and this and this and this, and I don't go crazy. I wash them in clean water and hang them to dry. Just it gets a lot of dirt off, and if there's any bugs in my plants, usually that catches it. If there's a little spider, there's a caterpillar, ladybug, things like that, that'll normally crawl farther into the nug as it's hanging there and then rot inside that nug because it died. Usually that gets it to come out. So if I'm totally growing total outdoor, it's worth a dip in some clean water.
You don't think it takes anything away though? No
I
ill
don't
effects as far as flavor?
I don't think so, because I've done it years where I didn't wash it, and to be honest with you, I liked the taste of my weed better the years that I do, because I felt like it had less dusty flavor to it. I almost wonder sometimes if people are like, organic weed tastes dirty, and I almost wonder if that's why.
Do you think that was maybe a possible placebo effect though, because you did know it was washed and you kind of just subliminally thought it was cleaner?
Yeah, and it could be a variation of me just improving as a grower too, from year to year, as well. But it was the same strain, and it did taste a lot better. So it's kind of a hard call.
Is there a strain now that you're in a more home sweet home type atmosphere that you've lost throughout the years that you're like, now that I've got some brick and mortar, this lady's coming back?
Yeah, actually there's a couple. There's definitely a couple. If I could get the perps back, I would absolutely love it. If I pop the seeds I have and there's ladies in there, I will absolutely be thrilled. That was a really fun strain to grow. They're beautiful plants, absolutely beautiful. They look like bunches of grapes hanging.
So do you like the grape flavor, or is it just the actual purple cannabis that you prefer?
Um, I'm actually not a huge purple cannabis fan, but there's a couple of strains that I'll grow that my particular patients like for different reasons, and that's one of them. I have other purple strains that I've grown in the past that everybody was like, ew, I hated that. Like star pupil. My patients hated it. And to be honest with you, the growing the plant was a pain in my ass. It was beautiful, but it was a pain in my ass.
The purple cannabis for me just doesn't do it for me. It's tasty, it's beautiful looking, but it just doesn't get me as medicated as I'd like to be. That's
Hmm.
what I've always found with the purple. And on the other end of that is the same strain, like the ninja fruit. You can find green phenos in the ninja fruit as well as the purples, but the greens tend to give me anxiety. I don't enjoy the green versions of the purple weed either.
No,
Um,
not usually. Not usually.
what
To
what
be honest with you,
why
like
is that?
these days, like I have a greater appreciation for more of the like I miss a lot of the older strains. Like I'm a lot of the newer stuff coming out these days doesn't wow me. I'd rather have, some green crack and some SFEOG and some granddaddy perps or cherry pie or something that's more, little more older, little more been around, the, for a while, just more old reliables, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely a different feeling when actually get into a place like that where you're planning to be around for some long time. You think a little different on what you're going to grow there. I had to ask if there was some that you were planning to bring back. So, uh, what else is up in the future for the future for you? Anything that still up in the air that you'd like to see happen within the next year?
um Pretty much everything that I want to go on for the next year seems almost locked in. um the newest development is me planning on the smaller lean-to greenhouse on the side of the house, just because I happen to be cleaning the basement here and found all these windows and went, man, this would make a whole greenhouse wall and it would be beautiful. Look at all these great windows. So that's kind of a new plan that I kind of just started cooking up recently. And so that's one of those plans that may or may not happen in the next year, but I know I'll have no problem popping up my little dome greenhouse in the yard and at least getting a crop off in there for the regular outdoor, for the regular outdoor season. I can at least pop off something in the greenhouse in the yard this year and have a nice Uper crop. I'm
I'm
excited
actually.
for a greenhouse
Do
Uper
you think
crop.
do you think that environment will change that drastically for the way certain strains that you've grown downstate from up there?
Yeah, but a lot of the strains that I'm got to grow up here are strains that have been up here. I think they've been growing up here this whole time, so they're pretty accustomed to. They come from mothers that were, that were popped up here. So the plant itself is at least adjusted to the climate, even if the strain itself isn't 100% in love with the climate. But the greenhouse will make up for any of those little inadequacies with the weather. The greenhouse is a really nice buffer for taking care of that. So
Are they cannabis friendly up there? I know that sounds like a silly question in this day and age, but not everywhere is still very cannabis friendly.
where I live, it's cannabis friendly.
Nice. Is there somewhat of an established like grow community? You know, other growers up there?
I know a few other growers up here, just people that I met through Instagram and kind of just made friends with through through that way. Um, so I kind of already had some people up here before I moved up here.
It's always nice to get some cuts if you need
And I,
some.
and then I moved up here and got a couple other people hooked on growing since I moved up here. So that was nice too.
I really like to hear that for sure. Uh, more we could get going, better
Here's
off we'll
6
all be.
plants. Why don't you try it for the rest of the summer?
I bet you get some happy takers on them plants now.
I actually did, and it's really nice to see somebody go, "Hey, I almost got a pound out of those 6 plants you gave me." For putting them out in the UP after the 4th of July. That was flipping awesome.
It's just nice to see their look on their faces on that first completed
Oh,
crop, even whatever that number is in the finish. You know what I mean? That look what I I still do it. I'm with new strains and shit. Look at what I got. You know what I mean? It's never went away.
I've gone out before with one of my friends and bought a grow tent and brought it over to one of our other friends' houses and set it up in his house, brought him a light and 4 plants and everything, set the whole 9 yards up in the guy's house and then left. Said, "Okay, have fun with that. See you later."
That's a pretty cool visitor there. Hell, that's a house gift.
So here, let's do this. Let's play Weed Fairy.
There should be more friends like that.
It's fun. It's so much fun. It like makes your heart feel good. Spread the weed around.
I like plastic clones, but I've never went over and set up the whole setup there like that. Here you go. Here's the 10 plants. Oh, shot.
Yeah, drag some lights over there.
Pretty cool. I lost my roller. How did all right. I must be a little slow this evening because I lost the joint. Now I've lost my roller.
Yeah, I had another joint too, and I can't find it either. So I understand. But it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning and I lose stuff. So
What the?
it's okay.
I may. So, looking like the handle on this one.
Hmm.
It's funny. There's a black hole around here. I actually roll a halfway decent joint. they just at one point stopped sticking for me. Like it was like never a problem. Then all of a sudden my joints like quit sticking. Same pack of papers in the roller, every one of them will stick. I can't figure it out. I found the roller. The roller
Ah,
was directly underneath my ass, hiding. No wonder I couldn't find it.
but
It's
yeah.
funny, the the still the kid in me that I get excited over little things like that. The gratitude in little things. Oh, I found my roller. Yeah, I hope that you adapt well in the new environment over there. It definitely took me some time to deal with the extended winters of northern Michigan, and I can't imagine how much more snow you get up there. 'Cause that's the one like I was kind of hinting to when I said earlier. I couldn't believe, and I still can't believe the difference in a few miles. From just where I lived up here, the winters are completely different. You go, 5 miles, 10 miles north, and they're getting a whole different snow band. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? They're getting like five. If I get four, they get nine. And
Yeah.
so on and so forth. And it just ugh. Hopefully coming from a little bit north of Detroit there, uh you get used to that long winter because man, I'm here to tell you they do get a little long.
Yeah. I'm actually looking forward to it because in my opinion, where I used to live, I didn't get enough winter. That's why I would always come up here in the wintertime. So uh I'm actually looking forward to having an actual real winter and being able to appreciate it. So it'd be nice and break ground on stuff in the spring and get some garden set up. Would really like to have a vegetable garden for next year. So
I tell you, this kind of living had prepped me for COVID. That time COVID hit, and they were like, "Well, everybody's got to stay home. You can't leave." I'm like, "Fuck, man! I'm used to these long winters. I'll be fine. I'm usually locked down this time of year anyway, and I wouldn't. What better place to be locked down in my garden?" So I always thought that was cool that it's somewhat prepped for it.
yep, yep. I come from living in the country, so for me to live up here doesn't really bother me. I don't mind living in the woods and stuff. So there's just different critters up here. And I'm not used to the moose.
Bear.
Bears are sleeping right now, thankfully, so I don't have to worry about those.
That was
Come
one of the
springtime,
funny
maybe.
things. First spring I was up here, I was like riding down the road and I'm listening to the radio and I hear, keep your eyes and be aware the bears are waking up this time of year, kind of like some instructions, how, safe instructions and shit. I'm like, well, I've never heard that downstate.
But even where I lived downstate, we had bears. The place where I lived downstate, there was bears that would get into to the dumpsters at the grocery store and stuff like that. So we still had to deal with bears there.
Really?
Yeah, I was country enough
So
that we had to deal with bears.
for some reason, somewhat surprised.
Yeah, more than once they caught the bears in the dumpster at the grocery store.
It's kind of crazy.
Dumpster diving for fruit. Smart bear.
Yeah, I have yet to see one. Actually, I've heard some sightings of some like big cats up here the last few years. Other than that, seen no like crazy wildlife.
One of the local spots here that if you'll see there's pictures on my feed of a bunch of rocks in like a water area. I'd been going down there lately just to check on that place, and I've been seeing big cat footprints. Not seeing any big cats, but definitely the paw prints.
Yeah, that's gonna put you on a little unease then.
Yeah.
Cats are sly.
Yeah.
Sly.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't spend a lot of time there lately. After I saw the prints, I was like, I don't want to, because usually I'm alone there and not often accompanied by other people. So I was like, that's the last place I want to be with the big kitty. Because I can't take my dogs there. It's a real precarious walk. I could easily lose my dogs off a cliff. So it's definitely not a spot that I can take them for protection or anything like that. So not a family friendly spot to visit, I guess.
Yeah, the woods definitely could change how you do some regular activities downstate. Say, never thought I'd like have to like jog with a knife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You go running through the woods, you probably like have something on you. You never
Yeah.
know when something's
Yeah.
gonna pop out of the woods or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Definitely, you learn to adapt in some type of ways.
Yeah. Well, like here, it's, you walk into everybody walks into the bait shop, the bait shop and get a gun strapped to your back, whatever. Everybody does it. You walk through town with a gun strapped to your back, everybody does it. But there's moose here. The moose walk through town. So
I've never seen.
kind of,
Yeah, I can take that back. I have seen a moose, but it was not like in the wild. It was more this guy's property. He collected wild game under fence and sort of less impressive when they're. Yeah, I mean they're still impressive, but you know what I mean. It's not like as majestic like you've seen them in their environment.
mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a whole moose crossing area, the whole moose country. Moose everywhere.
Hope to see some pics.
They're intimidating for sure.
Like that. What is a safe distance
To be
for
honest with
a
you,
wild moose?
moose are known to charge, so the more room you can get between you and them, the better.
Have you ever been chased by a wild animal trying to get a pic?
Deer, not moose, but deer more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody had videotaped it, I would be on that when animals attack video. Deer have it out for me or something. they like me too much. I don't know what it is.
That's crazy. Again, that one surprises me because I've had a lot of encounter with deer up here. You know, many times I'll be driving down the road. And I smoke while I'm driving down these country roads, and as I'm like coming to the house, I might stop, roll down the window, and talk to a fucking deer. And
Yeah.
he'll a lot of times he'll just sit there and look at me like you're a dumbass.
The one time was in Mount Pleasant, and I was riding my bike through a bike path, and I don't know, the deer got confused as to what was, I don't know. I don't quite understand what happened, but we ended up tangling, and it was kind of horrible. And then the other time was when I lived downstate. I was feeding the deer in my yard, and they just started getting too pushy. They wanted the food I had and decided to mug me for
Really?
it. So basically, I got mugged by a group of deer. Push down, take the food, stomp on you a little, send you on your way.
Wow. You don't hear that very often.
Yeah, it was kind of horrible. They're not always nice and, Cinderella shit.
It makes me think twice about fucking pissing outside, to be honest with you. Because that's where I've had my deer encounters.
But I know
Again,
that they say that women have more problems with deer and stuff like that because we smell different. I guess women have more issues with deer than men do.
it might sound gross or whatever, but I figure it's country
Bathroom.
living. But especially during the night hours, I will wander out and be out in the yard quite a bit. Quite a
Yeah.
bit. It is what it is. Tends to keep away from waking people up or whatever. It's
Yeah.
plus I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I just kind of like it. But there's a lot of times I go out there and I see deer. There's a lot of times, well, fuck, further up you get, the blacker the nights can be, to where you can't even see anything. And the
Yeah.
first encounters with the deer were like that. I come up here, like within first 6 months, like just wandering out, and I actually the first encounter was so close without like flipping on any lights. I'm out there going, wow, it's fucking dark out here.
Yeah.
Oh, I could feel the breath on my neck. And then I heard the grunt, and I was like, holy shit. I got like a dropout. I didn't even like take care of myself. I was like instantly like back up right into the house, like what in the fuck was that? Because by the time I flipped out the light, man, whatever it was gone. And it was like kind of like 3 nights of like that. Of like I happened to wander out and I'd hear like something snort or some rustling, and I'd be like, all right. And I started keeping a flashlight with me. And the fucking third time I actually got it, like, aha! I get the flashlight out, and then there's a big old buck standing there, like just looking at me, snorting. And I'm like, okay, you win. I'm coming out with a light every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of deer up here for sure.
Yeah.
I asked him
Yeah.
when I
That
moved up here. I'm like, "How you guys actually hunt these things? You could actually just sit on top of your roof and probably just throw rocks at them. Who's baiting and using guns up here?"
yeah, there's definitely deer country. Most definitely. I think I see like on my way through your area to coming up here, I think I see more deer coming across the road and stuff than I do even here.
they could be crazy up here around certain times of year. And there's been times where I'm coming home from like downstate, and they catch a little light on the side of the road, and you'll see like ominous numbers, 20 of them just standing on the edge of the road, like looking like we're gonna run. You're like, no, don't, please don't. I've seen so much. At one point, I actually seen such a large group. I actually questioned if I was like actually seeing it or if I was like dreaming. I was like, really? Because it was like too many. It was like that couldn't have been right.
Yeah.
There was, a
Well, and I know
whole. I
across
don't
like
know.
75, they're like, midway, all the out go across the road there too, because you could see the tracks going across the road and the out go back and forth. So, and those things are huge. Come on, you guys move.
Hopefully, I'll get outdoors someday. Greenhouse is a whole nother challenge. That's not even like growing outdoors. That's a whole nother skill set. Uh,
Like, I tell people all the time, it kind of mixes outdoors and indoors together, because you kind of have to be okay at both to be able to achieve greenhouse okay. And if you got some common sense, you're even better. But it's kind of what I cut my teeth on. I that's what I went to school for originally, was um plant sciences. So I that's was in my comfort zone to be able to learn how to grow cannabis that way and adapt to what I knew from growing vegetables and flowers and everything else to make it work to growing cannabis, because cannabis is definitely unlike growing anything else. But
so would you suggest to somebody that hasn't necessarily been outdoors or greenhouse, would you tell them to maybe start halfway in like a hoop house?
um to be honest with you, if you really want to learn how to grow greenhouse, I always tell people to just jump into it. Put up a little greenhouse. Start with one or two plants. And I'll help you limp through it. I've had so many people that just built a little pallet greenhouse with some, basically like, you know, painter's plastic and, pallet wood. And I've had several people pull successful little crops out of a little 8x10 pallet wood greenhouse that they pieced together for $150.
Yeah, that definitely sounds appealing.
I'm never opposed to helping people. I don't post a lot of educational posts on my feed, mostly because I don't like answering the flack and the hate that women growers tend to get from men. No matter what, you you have to respond to a lot of garbage, and I don't personally like buffering that stuff. I'm an empath, and I don't need to buffer that stuff to educate people. So I'm always just tell people, if you have questions, you want some advice, whatever it is, about their grow. I always tell people to just DM me. You're more, I'm more than happy to answer questions in my DM if I know you're there for business. If you're in there trying to get a date, I might not be so nice. But as far as, people in my DM for information, I am happy to share any information I can give people, and I will give them every part of my brain that I can.
So do you do the earthworm bins and stuff like that?
To be honest with you, I've just been getting into that stuff. I just got a bin like recently given to me, and I've just been kind of educating myself about doing the worm farms just because up here I fish a lot more and I want the worms for bait, but I also want them for, for my other, growing benefits. And just the worm tea and stuff like that is really beneficial as a fertilizer for your plants. So just to even just have that on hand to use is just super beneficial for me. So um like I said, I just got a worm bin gifted to me fairly recently, so I've just been trying to educate myself on how to make it all work and get everything that I need together to make it happen. But I'm excited to start worm farm.
Excited to hear that. Actually, it made a bit of a transition back into soil since the last time we talked. When we talked last, I was in cocoa, and
Yeah.
nowadays I'm back into soil and kind of relearning all that mess. You know, back when I've said this before, back when I was growing in soil, before I didn't give two shits basically on what was happening on a micro level. You know what I mean? As far
Hmm.
as the symbiosis of everything going on in the soil, all NPK, NPK. You know what I mean? Oh, it's got this on it. This is what I need. Cool. I'm gonna fucking throw it in the yard when I'm done, and I'm gonna get a new bag of NPK. You know, next round. But going back into it this time around and wanting to actually understand what's going on, it's been very eye opening. You know, I'm stoked. It's actually been life changing, to be honest with you.
Hmm.
Not you know, not just far as like the grow aspect, but learning how microbes and shit like that actually relate with us as well. The relationship our bodies and we have with the soil has been really impressive, and yeah, I've been kind of stuck right there for a minute
Hmm.
with the microbes. It's a deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, it
Glad I
is.
kind of kept it for last.
It's a very deep rabbit hole.
That's kind of one of the reasons I asked you if you see, I can actually see you hitting that plateau as well as kind of composting, regenerative, kind of hitting that plateau at some point too. You think you will?
And I kind of I walk that fine line between like I'm not regenerative, but I'm not like I kind of walk between all of them, and it's it it's a weird way to grow because it's not the way that most people grow, but it was the way that the greenhouse used to grow that I grew up working at. So it's kind of that's where I learned how to make all the fertilizer and things that I do, because this was how she fed her geraniums and fed her tomatoes. So I knew it would feed cannabis. If it feeds tomatoes, it's going to feed cannabis. And I kind of find so far that I'm not hitting plateaus because I keep learning more and more and more. about how to feed my plants better. I keep finding more amendments, and and it always takes, once I find another source of something to try to make fertilizer with my, for my plants, it takes me a little while to figure out what their worth is, as far as what nutrients that particular plant or whatever it is provides for my plants. So once I figure out what those things are providing, then I can kind of figure out if it works well into my schedule. So far I'm not bored with it. I'm not hitting a plateau. I'm not finding that my plants are running out of food to eat, or or running, I don't feel like they're lacking so far. I'm not outgrowing my abilities. When I get to that point, then I'll change. But so far, I haven't been able to reach that point. I'm hoping maybe I can reach that point though, truthfully, because I'm growing more often. If I can grow indoor now, I might get enough rounds under my belt where I hit a point where I'm like, okay, I need to expand farther. But right now, so far, I'm still able to provide more information for myself, especially with moving and having to replace amendments with different things. Having to replace, just different sources with, similar sources, but still different sources. And, so this year I'm going to be curious to see how some of these new sources work for me. Maybe I'll like them better. Maybe I'll hate them worse. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. I'll try to post some more teas and stuff for people so everybody can kind of see exactly what I feed my plants. Like I said, I don't post a lot of educational stuff because I just don't like buffering people's flack about and asking me a whole lot of questions a lot of times. I don't always have time to answer the questions when I post something on a feed. But if people message me, then I can get to my DMs when I have time to sit down and answer questions. And, I can, set aside time to actually do that. So a lot of times when I do a post, I don't have time to do that. So I just do a post because I wanted to post something pretty. Or something
So
green.
guys in chat are on the ball. I love the mods in chat. Then we just 207 has posted up, of course, your IG link. But what if I click on the Etsy shop MJK Arts? What am I gonna find there? What's
Oh,
available on the Etsy?
that's basically a place where if I have paintings for sale, I post them there. Or if I have if anybody ever wants to post or purchase any of my photographs, they can purchase them there.
How have you not plugged that yet? How that's the super. I mean, the last time you didn't plug it. You should have plugged it this time. When I asked you where you could find you, that you should have thrown that one on there. You know what I mean? That's should have been in there.
It's all right. I wasn't here just to sell my shit.
Still, it doesn't hurt. Still, that's a
No, never
creative
hurts.
side that people appreciate too. You know what
No,
I
never
mean?
hurts. And a lot of times if I have paintings for sale, that's where I post them. I don't always have paintings for sale, but if I do, that's where they're at.
Are they like
I
nature
also
type
take,
settings,
I
nature
also
type
take,
paintings?
I also take commissions. Like people will commission me to paint different things. I mostly paint like up northy campy scenes and cannabis art.
Nice.
A lot of insects, a lot of cannabis, a lot of camping
See,
trees and plants.
That's really cool. I think that's really cool. Thank you, Weedis207, for throwing up the link. Otherwise, I would not have asked. I would have not known. Thank you, Weedis.
Thanks for checking it out. I appreciate it.
Grab the ball. Good people in chat there for sure. Hopefully, you've got a good connection these days up there, and you can hang out a little bit more if you
I
get
have
bored.
decent connection. I can't read any of the chat that's going on about, otherwise I would have been answering stuff myself, but I can't read any of the chat. But I have a great connection as far as like, I have no problem seeing you, and I don't feel like anything's cutting out a lot or anything up here. So far I've had decent connection up here. Only when the tower
They'll
breaks.
have to help. You'll have to help. Let us help you get through these long winter months in some of these wheat nerd worlds. You get bored and have a good connection, you can come on and hang out with some of the rest of us.
Yeah, definitely.
Get rid of some of that
Definitely.
winter angst.
Most definitely. Yeah, I'm not opposed to sharing more of my knowledge in ways, like this. And, I know I'm sometimes here, I'm kind of vague because I would just rather people DM me than sit here and try to explain every little bit about, every aspect, because it's a lot easier for me to send a lot of the written stuff that I have to people on any of the ways that I make fertilizer or anything like that. If people really want to know, it's a lot easier for me to send the written form than it is for me to sit here and explain little by little. So, but this is definitely a better way to help people learn about cannabis and me share what I know, because I'm always happy to share what I know. I'm not the most technical grower in the whole world. I did go to school for everything, so I understand all of it, but I definitely am a grow by feel type of grower. I look at my plants, I read my plants. Like I said earlier, I don't own testers and things like that. It just doesn't happen here. The only thing that happened was I had my water tested when I moved in to make sure it was safe to water my plants with and drink.
How was it?
Oh, it tested out fantastic. Actually, I was really geeked. I was really, really happy because I was nervous because some of my town doesn't have great water because there's a lot of mining here. Please leave her alone, Bernadette. There's a lot of mining here, so a lot of this town does not have. A lot of people have questionable water, and but thankfully my water is not. Big relief. I had it tested twice just to make sure because I was like, whoa, okay. Let's do them both.
Definitely good news. That's a lot where a lot of people actually struggle is water source. They actually have problems in the garden and they can't find the source until they actually find out that the actual water's been causing it. It's a lot of headache.
Yeah. That or so many people spend so much money on reverse osmosis systems and all kinds of stuff. And all the water purification systems get really expensive.
Definitely. Time consuming too, especially when it comes to the reverse osmosis.
Yeah, because those take forever to fill up a jug. So,
Do that or pay for you know what I mean? For a
yeah,
high flow system.
yeah. Even like the rain soft, I've grown in places where they had a rain soft system, and even those, are it's still slow trickle compared to regular just coming out of your tap.
I've been fairly lucky so far just using an RV filter off my well. Works pretty well. So far, so
Yeah.
good. Not that one.
Yeah, I got really lucky with the water here. But the well here is fairly new, so
I can't believe. So, have you dug some holes around the yard to see actually how the soil is? I mean, to see if it might be
yeah,
something that you might want to use.
this yard actually has a lot of stuff growing in it. A lot of big trees, a lot of, it's there's a lot to this yard. And it's several tiers to my yard. There's like 3 levels, kind of a high, medium, low ground. So and there's kind of different soil on every level. So I could grow different things in different places. I think tiered garden's going to be the way to go eventually. But I don't know if I'm going to end up slapping anything directly in the ground or if I'll just always use pots. Because I do have to creatively locate places so they get sun all the time. As far as,
I'd be interested to see
yeah,
how they did in that old soil.
I need to cut
Seems like
down a
you'd have some
couple
good soil up there. Is it sandy?
Anybody feels like coming to the UP with a chainsaw.
We're fucking ready to firewood right now. You should have the chainsaw yourself, man. I can't believe how much firewood has actually spiked this year.
Oh,
I
I
wish
know.
I would have got my chainsaw out.
There was a bunch of down stuff here in the yard that I just kind of pulled up to the house and I've been slowly cutting up and shoving in my wood stove. But the people that lived here before me cut down a bunch of trees and just left them sitting there. So I just been, as I can, pull them up to the house. Trying to get them all up to the house before there's so much snow on them. I can't pull them anymore.
On average, from what I've noticed, firewood around me has went up $25 a cord.
Yep.
This year.
Yep.
It's a lot.
Oh, what used
I've
to
heard
be
actually like heating oil, like gas prices I was sold could spike this year, which is
yeah,
real rough.
delivered firewood is extremely expensive. Like you're definitely paying $80 to $100 for cord of wood.
Yeah, I was paying 65 last year, and without my truck, I haven't been able to go. I haven't went out that way to see even if he's got wood. But everybody else from around here that was 70 last year, 70, 75 is now 100 plus delivery.
Wow.
I'm like, fuck, I need that truck. Dang, that's why I was talking earlier. I was still like that. I was calling around about some firewood. I'm like, oh
It's a little
fuck,
bit.
man.
There was a guy down the road that's got it for 60, not delivered. It's just 60 a face cord, and you go there with your truck and pick it up out of his yard. And you just put $60 in the old man's hand and you walk away. Because I went down there and I got a face cord of wood.
It's not too bad. 60.
So yeah, that wasn't, that's like a normal price. But that's you pick it up out of the yard, you put it in your own truck, you do it all you do it all yourself. He just cut it up and put it out there. But it's nice wood.
That's why I'm like, I need to get to my guy like that. Yeah, he's such a good deal too. Great wood, well split, and fucking. He actually leaves from Florida in like November, and he's like, "Well, you can always get some if you get to it. Knock on the door, and give the money to the daughter, basically. But daughter don't give two shits, man. She could be making hand over fist on cash if she would plow that road so we could get back there. But it
Yeah.
never gets plowed. As soon as it snows, you're fucked on that guy, like trying to get back there to get that firewood. So
Hmm.
I don't know. Right now, I would honestly full wheel it to get back there though. I would definitely take you up on that. Luckily though, man, I haven't had to. I don't use a whole. I heat with firewood, flat out firewood, but because I utilize this heat right here, I only use on average, well, so far these last couple of years, 4 or 5 cords tops for heating throughout the last few years. It's been
Yeah.
pretty economical till we spike.
Yeah, this place doesn't heat too bad. I've always had a wood stove though, so it's for me to move in this place with a wood stove really wasn't a big deal.
I like it.
I'm no stranger to stacking firewood.
I like the work of it all. I always have. I like to bring it in. I like to I don't know what it is. It's like the sickness in me.
It's
I
almost like a
still
oral fixation like smoking, but not.
I catch a lot of shit from people. I actually still love to fucking hand shovel snow. Even up here where we get a lot of it. I've
Yeah.
chased off neighbors that came through and plowed. I'm like, God damn it, no, I ain't got nothing to do today.
I haven't even seen my lawn since Halloween, but I haven't shoveled snow yet. Not so far.
Shit, you grabbing wood right now, right?
None of us,
So
yeah. None of us really did. My neighbor's like, do you care if I plow the driveway? I'm like, no. Doesn't matter.
what's
Just let the base build up a little bit, then plow it. So
it's nice
yeah,
that they
she's in the
asked, man.
driveway. Well, I noticed it was getting cold upstairs, so. So
I still think it's cool that you got the wood cook stove.
yeah, I'm excited. That was one of the things I was most excited about in my kitchen when I bought the house.
I thought I initially said pizza, but I think now I think about it, all kinds of shit would be in there. A turkey would be fucking awesome in a wood stove too.
I think I could fit a small
Smoke.
one in there. The oven on it isn't huge, but I think I could fit a small turkey. I think I could pull it off.
Too would be good. It'd be fun to just try,
Yeah.
you know,
There,
different things
yeah.
so you find them. What? Hell yeah, that's an old holy cow.
Yeah.
What's the year on that thing? You know, somewhere it's got to
Um,
be a date on that bad boy.
yeah, it's got a date on it. Can't remember where it is though. It's a Majestic stove. St. Louis. 1890.
Nice.
1890.
That's awesome. That thing's got to be worth a little bit just by itself. That thing's
Yeah, it
pretty
probably
cool.
is, especially because it works. And it's got all the parts, like all the levers are there to lift all the, all the burners up, so you can lift the burner up and dig around down there if you need to move coals around or anything to heat things more evenly.
Shit, that thing for 1890, that thing, the only reason why they got rid of it, like
Mhm.
shit like that, was space updating, and they didn't go bad. They were like scrapped for the fucking metal. That thing will be good for another 100 years.
Yeah. No, that thing weighs 1,000,000 pounds. That thing's it's solid. It's not going anywhere. Got bread warmers and everything.
That's awesome. It's kind of really cool.
So I'm excited about learning how to use it more. I kind of just have recently started using it a little bit. I got it clean, but it took me a while to get it clean because I had to clean the chimney and stuff too. So that chimney was difficult to clean. My wood stove chimney was really easy, but that one was hard for some reason. And once I got that done, though, now I'm just learning how to distribute the heat around the stove so it works the way I want it to. So basically, I can get it to a point where I know it's about 325 in the stove, in the oven when I want it to be, or it's 200 on the stove when I need it to be, or whatever it is. I need to kind of get it to that point where I'm learning how to control the temperature better. Once I get that, I'm solid. I'm used to cooking over a fire, so it should be all right.
So
So
it's not poker's
anybody
talking
wants
in
to come up
chat.
for
No,
brisket.
what's that?
So if anybody wants to come up for brisket.
That'd be delicious. Holy cow, I love some brisket. It's one of my favorite dishes right there. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to cook, to be honest with you, especially in like a slow cooker, or not a slow cooker, but a smoker. Uh, slow, slow, as long as you can.
Outside my greenhouse, I used to have one of those, like a grate over top of my fire, my cook fire. And I used to cook brisket on there all the time. It was awesome.
I was actually fucking. I've lived through 3 daughters going through their veggie stage, I call it.
Yeah.
So where they give up the meat and everything, and I haven't been swayed yet, but it wasn't until like I've hit like the organics rabbit hole that I'm actually more and more considering less and less meat. To be honest with
I go
you, I
meatless
can't.
2 days a week, but I'm not by any means a vegetarian. But I'm not opposed to meatless meals.
Yeah.
But I am an allergic to dairy girl, so I gotta watch. But
Yeah, just I don't know. And again, it was the organics thing that kind of tipped it for me. I was watching something the other day and it said shit just for like animal produced protein versus like plant produced protein. was it takes 24 grams of plant protein. You know what I mean? To feed the cow and all that bullshit to get 1 gram of protein from the cow. So it just seemed like I was like that kind of staggered me. I'm like, wow, that seems there. Well, basically what they were saying as far as like uh food shortage and shit, there's no such thing. There's no
Yeah.
such thing. We literally have enough food, grain, and to feed the world. It's
Yeah.
how we're using it.
Right.
They just kind of blew me away. They really do.
Yeah. If everybody's feeding cows with it, then the people
They
can't.
said that's where the majority of it went.
Yeah.
What it was the argument was feeding cattle, chickens, and shit like that. They said we were getting inferior nutrition, basically secondhand inferior nutrition
Yeah.
by filtering it out through the end.
I don't know. I'm one of those people that, like, I don't know. I grew up in a family. My parents owned a gym. So I spent a lot of time in the gym, and I just saw the importance of people eating protein. And I haven't been able to cut it out of my life totally, no matter what.
Well, I'm right there with you. I've always been in sports.
Yeah.
I've been in the gym and all that shit my whole
But
life too.
yeah.
I never thought I'd be saying these words either.
Even the red meat free times, I'm still, I'm still eating chicken and fish, you know, at least a couple times a week. Like I said, I'm not opposed to meatless days. I'll meet a couple meatless days every week, but I haven't been able to totally cut the meat out of my life, or at least, eggs.
I found like I lack creativity when it came to that swing. Just get caught up in the same rut, salad, 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 and then I get to a point where I can't have another fucking salad.
Yep.
Yeah, I've tried though. I honestly, I've tried. I gave it, and even I've still got one right now that is still borderline. She's come back somewhat, and I'm like, thank you. I'm so tired of making 2 fucking meals. Shit, please just eat the burger. Come on. But even with her, man, I'm like, man, give me some ideas. I've tried all kinds of shit, you know what I mean? And I just can't find creative ways to cook it, make it new, or whatever.
Only recently, I found a couple of pages on Instagram that have like good vegetarian meals. And so far, I haven't gotten bored.
Now, through this process, I have found some new vegetables that I really like.
That's good.
Right? Again, little like I Brussels sprouts. I never ate Brussels sprouts when I was a kid. I fucking love Brussels sprouts nowadays. Asparagus. Oh man, if there's asparagus available, I'll almost eat asparagus before anything else anymore. I absolutely love some asparagus.
Yeah, I do too. That's one of the things that I wanted to plant in my yard up here because I think it'll do really, really well.
That's another thing too, is you venture down that road, you learn, for me anyways, to appreciate some of the foods that you eat. Because as I was like, you know, getting down to where, man, I love this asparagus. This is good shit. I'm gonna grow some asparagus. And then I learned, well, you don't get asparagus for like years.
Yeah, like 3 years.
You better plan ahead on that, chief.
Takes like 3 years, and it takes like 3 years of you freaking like testing and tuning it the whole time too, as far as like, covering up seeds that drop, and sometimes I would add more roots to this, to the patch and stuff like that, till I finally got a good, hardy asparagus patch that I could actually cut enough for my whole family, enough to eat a meal.
Yeah, I was naive as hell about some of the foods I ate. I serious. I ran out like 2 years ago. I'm gonna, yeah, just new into the fad of like heavy eating asparagus. And then all of a sudden, run out, grab it, get reading it. I'm like, holy shit. I got a whole new respect for why it's occasionally $4, $5 a pound. It's not, you're just not throwing it down and harvesting it this year. It's
But at least it's perennial and it comes back every year.
too bad.
That's definitely a plus. Please don't bark at me. No.
Same one.
Someone wants to be on TV there. Yeah, the bulldog's full of attitude. It's just a constant Snorty Jane show here. We're not paying attention to her. We're not paying attention to anybody.
Nice. This is why I love the show in chat. Thunder Dan in chat says, just get a 2-year-old rootstock offline. Only harvest 50% the first year, but you'll have it a lifetime.
Nice.
Smart folks. Some smart folks in the community for sure.
I don't know. I used to just go down the road and cut. And then cut the rest out of my yard. And I always had enough.
I used to work with a cat like years ago. Like I want to say 95, something like that, 98. And as we drove around, that cat, if he seen it like growing like wild, he'd jump out, he'd slam on the brakes and fucking go cut it out of a ditch and shit. I'm like, really? Oh yeah, it's good, man. I can't. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're nuts. But nowadays, after eating it, I can kind of see it.
Usually the ditch asparagus is good. I've never had yucky stuff unless I go start cutting it after Father's Day. It's only great Mother's Day to Father's Day. After that, asparagus gets kind of, yeah. But Mother's Day to Father's Day, it's like, that's prime asparagus time. At least in this state. Other states, I can't speak for.
What's your favorite vegetable to grow?
I'd say tomatoes. Because there's so many different kinds. And I really like Canadian tomatoes.
In particular variety?
I grow a lot of San Marzanos and stuff because I always stew tomatoes. I do jars and jars and jars of stewed tomatoes for my dad and like my whole family. I do stewed tomatoes for my brother's families, everybody. So um I make a lot of stewed tomatoes, so I do those. There's a couple of the black varieties like black pearl and stuff. I will grow those a lot. And the black crim, because I like to mix them in with some of the other tomatoes just for a little different flavor in the sauce. Unless you make it strictly out of the dark tomatoes, the sauce isn't really dark like that. If you mix it in with other tomatoes, it just looks like normal sauce, but you still get that extra sweet flavor. But I can a ton of tomatoes every year. Would you like to go outside? This way. Come on, dogs. Girls outside. There you go. Let the loud one go out. There we go.
Bear with me here a second.
You're really fine. My loud dogs want it outside anyways.
This is the first. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear myself oddly enough. This usually I've got like 2 sets of headphones ready available. This has never happened. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
What happened here? Even the backup sets now. It's okay.
I couldn't find any of my headphones today, so figured we'll just read it with the speaker.
I don't know what happened, but it's working. Nice. Yay. I'm actually rolling back and forth on this other setup on the cord. Wonder why these aren't working.
That's probably fine.
I actually think it's this. So, man, we've almost made it to the end here, Mary Jane. 403. Have you had fun on the second round, part 2?
Yeah, definitely.
It's been fun. I've had a fun follow up for sure.
Always nice to chat
Looking
with you.
forward to seeing the greenhouse go up this year. I can't wait to see some pictures.
Yeah, this week I'll try to get some pictures of my indoor up too. I just recently got that finished not too long ago, so I really haven't had a chance to take a lot of pictures in there because I've more been working on it
What's
instead
that
of
setup? Are you in soil indoors?
yep, soil under LEDs. Come on, Bernadette. It's starting to snow. Here comes that 6 to 8 inches.
Okay. It's definitely the lead in. You say something?
No. Here we go. But yeah, I'm excited to share my new little veg with everybody a little more. How the
Is it a little bit of a swing to grow just out strictly indoors? You're like, this is too easy.
it's definitely weird. To be honest with you though, like right now it's still so new to me that it just feels like I put plants in it to pretty much my greenhouse. So it hasn't really come to terms with this is a veg I get to keep all the time because I haven't had it long enough to feel like I've had it all the time. Once I pull out, because I do have more than one bedroom in the upstairs of my house here, so I'm probably gonna use one for flower. And once I veg them in the room that they're in now and get them to the size that I wish, I'll pop them over and flower them in the other room and go from there. Then I don't ever have to sleep with the light glaring in my eyes. So I think I can pull it off without taking over my whole house with a grow. I don't know. Hopefully I don't. I know I always say that and then I end up sleeping with plants in my bedroom. Just gotta squeeze them in here until I can get them in the greenhouse.
I think a lot of growers are guilty of it just kind of taking off more and more. Shit, I moved some stuff out of here the other day, out of this room, and I was like,
Especially up here because it heats people's houses so well that they're like, I'm just gonna grow weed. I'm not heating this house, I'm just growing weed in it. And they'll just freaking sleep with stuff over their head or you know. I've walked into so many grows up here with beds in them that then you know these people sleep in there. So I don't think I could sleep in that with it.
it's funny you say that because one of my daughters was talking about moving out, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna grow weed in your room. Better make sure it's permanent because I hear that bed's coming out as soon as you go.
You're not fucking up that flower.
Yeah, this foot. I never even thought about that. Can't be coming home mid-flower. But make sure you, whatever you do, you're good for a good solid 4 or 8 to 10 weeks. That's funny as shit. But you have the couch until then.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's Mr. Smiley. I forgot to ask too. Smiley, Smiley's asking in chat, and a good question is refinancing a house. Should he worry about cannabis?
To be honest with you, like for this house, it's not a regular home loan because this house, the cost of it was so low that like my payments are lower than most people's car payments. So I didn't get a regular um home loan. The loan I had on my last house, I didn't have a problem with refinancing and cannabis. I had more issues with homeowners insurance and cannabis than anything else. But once I put an alarm system on my cannabis, the homeowners insurance became less of a problem. And I don't know why that made a difference to them, but it did.
I could see as St. Bernard observation booth in chats, he's saying that they may automatically try to lowball him, trying to say that there could be mold or something in the house due to the grow. So lowballing him on like the value. I can see that as well.
It's definitely
I
one
don't
of the
know. That's
benefits to having the greenhouse because it's separate from your house and it adds just an outbuilding value to your property. Because me having the greenhouse actually added value to the property. Nobody ever saw it, none of the, the bank or the insurance company never really saw it as detrimental to the property because it was actually another outbuilding on the property and it was a usable building. I mean, even if you didn't want to grow cannabis, you still could have shoved a hot tub in there and, and enjoyed the wood stove in the wintertime. It was still a comfy hangout spot.
it's a tough call. It being legal, because that was asked earlier today, and my right off the cuff was like, I wouldn't hide it. You know what I mean? I We're in a legal time, but
I know I
I don't.
refinanced my last house while I was growing cannabis and it didn't add, like they didn't use it against me for any reason, even after coming through the house for the inspection. So if anything, they were pleased that there was another building on the property to add to the value of all the buildings together. And as far as anything, because actually I had stuff growing indoor at the time also, and they didn't try to use that, like they didn't try to say it was a mold issue or a smell issue or anything. They didn't, thankfully, they didn't try to use it against the value of the house.
Now,
And
see, I have
I'm
talked
gonna
to a
say
few
something about
realtors.
Bank of America.
Now
That's
the
where.
realtors, when I talked to them, I didn't talk to the one I was told Smiley I'd talk to today. Sorry, Smiley. He came back and got me sidetracked with a bunch of other shit. But the other ones I've spoke with say it's not necessarily a big deal to them as far as like the showing and the selling of the house, but I've never really considered like the appraiser side of it and how that would affect things. So,
Yeah, because to be honest with you, when they were showing me this house, they were trying to use the grow space as a selling point.
yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
And they didn't, my realtor didn't know I grew cannabis, but they definitely, they, you know, they worked that in
Mention that this space could be used for growing cannabis as a plus.
there. And he was
I hit it from
very clear that there would be grow supplies left behind probably.
yeah, that's kind of nice, and there was. So
Which he wasn't
well,
kidding. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't kidding. They left a crap load of stuff.
it's kind of
Most
awesome.
most of it was unusable, but the couple of things that were usable were worth using, worth cleaning up and using.
Yeah, I neglected to when I was showing the last house. I never divulged that I was growing. Or let the realtor in that space. I was just strictly that garage is off limits. Look at
Yeah,
everything but that garage.
yeah.
So I'm sure if anybody like when I looked at all the houses that I looked in the panel. You know what I mean? Just to
Mhm.
see if I had room to run my shit. You know what I mean? Once I got in here, and if anybody with half of mine would have when they were going through my house would have flipped open that box, it was clearly like labeled veg flower one, flower two. So yeah, I guess if anybody in the know would have probably figured that out. I guess.
Yep, most definitely.
Well, Miss Mary Jane, we've got 3 minutes left of the time slot here. You went the full length. Uh, Pretty awesome. I've enjoyed your company.
Yeah,
Like I
it's nice.
said, just like last time, the Zoom link that I sent you, it's pretty awesome that you still had it, by the way. I was getting ready. I'm like, man, I should probably set it, but she said she still had it. That
Yeah,
same Zoom link is still
it was still in our chat. It just had to flip back
nice.
a little bit, so it was easy to find.
It's always good. It's always still good. Anytime you feel like joining in, Monday nights is always Weed Nerd World. Kicks off 2 a.m. our time. So if you're a little nocturnal and you find yourself bored in the middle of the night, join in. Monday night is, like I said, guaranteed. Any other night, the Weed Nerd Worlds are kind of dictated by the
Mhm.
guests. They don't all go to 420. I kind of like it when they do.
Yeah,
But if they
yeah.
don't, then we get a Weed Nerd World. And if you happen to
Mhm.
see one, join in. The more the merrier, and we enjoy some new company. It provides, new topics, new conversation, helps keep the wheel going. So hopefully, now that you're in northern Michigan, it's probably going to be snowed in at some point. Hopefully, we can enjoy some of your company sometime soon. And the other thing I need to get from you before you go is another soundbite. Same as the last, not same as the last. Make this one new. This is episode 534. if you want to work that into your supply. But same gist though. If you would please give me a soundbite.
This is Mary Jane's Med Garden, and then I was fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Hell yeah. I thank you so much for your time and hanging out. Again, it has been a pleasure. And I hope you do take us up on the invitation to hang out more often in the weed nerd world. Uh, I've greatly enjoyed my night. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for
donating the
having
time.
me. It was nice to talk to you today. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
It's been a good one. If I find myself across that bridge, I'll throw you a line.
Oh, most definitely. Stop on by, have a smoke and meal.
Oh, that'd be really cool. Well, again, thank you so much for your time. Those who watching, there's still 65 watching at 4:20 in the morning. They've enjoyed the conversation as well. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You guys know the deal by now. Brandon Max, kindness do save lives. Do something nice for somebody. Miss Mary Jane, is there anybody you'd like to shout out before we go?
Nope, I just want to say thank you to everybody for being around tonight, and everybody have a wonderful night.
With that being said, we are out of here. Have a good night.
Have a
Thanks
good